Oh, the microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Oh, let's see. Lots of people in here already. Wow, that is awesome. Glad to have you people on board today. Let's see. What do we got for big news before we get going? Actually, really not that much. We had a 6.0 out in Tonga as far as quakes are concerned. On the screen, obviously, you see Popocatépetl from the wee hours of the morning, and I did record a 6-hour segment of it. And where's my cookies and my ice cream? And the cookies were set out in the Lurkers Lounge, and the ice cream, I have no idea if they're in yet. Let me double check and see. And we'll see if the ice cream boat is there. Gotta find it first. Where the heck is the ice cream boat? Let's see. Oh yeah. It's very early in the morning. It's only 5 a.m. there in Japan, but if you want to go get your ice cream, you can go. The ice cream boat is there, and they will accommodate you, so go ahead and get down there and get yourself an ice cream. Anyway, a little bit of fun. All right, let's make that one smaller again so I don't get messed up, and I go back over here, and we'll continue to watch Popocatépetl as I say hi to everyone. First off, we'll say hello to our wonderful moderators. And that will be Arizona Snowman hiding in the desert. And of course our wonderful Piggy, who's still locked up in her sty. They won't let her out. They say she can't go wandering, but she seems to sneak out all the time. She has extras of those tools that she uses to break out of jail. Don't know why, but she does. Anyway, glad to have you on board, Piggy, and thank you for gifting that one membership. That is awesome. Appreciate that. And congrats to, who was it? Colin, and I missed who got it. I forgot the name. Boy, oh boy, Colin and somebody. JB, I think, or something like that. Where is it? No, it'll be a higher up yet. I'll find it. It was Colin and JB. Yeah, that is correct. So thanks, Piggy, for doing that, and congrats to Colin and JB. That's awesome. And let's see. Who else? We got C&D Boy. He's probably busy chopping wood, though. And of course, our other moderators could be Arizona, no, not Arizona Snowman. We already got him. How about Gary, 24/7 Live AZ Skies, also in Arizona. And of course, Lucas Snow, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas. You'll never guess where he is. And sometimes Mona Lisa Smiles as well. So all good. Anyway, that is who we've got, and of course, first people, first person in, first people in, first a person and cat in. I don't know. What are we gonna do here? Let's do it this way. First person and cat in is, of course, Hermione and Fluffy. So congrats to them. They will get cookies and a mouse. There we go, and hopefully that is all good. On the moon, Dr. Fox. Who's on the moon? There is. I don't know what's on the moon. I'm sorry, Piggy. I missed what you were talking about, or what I was talking about. Doing good here, though. Still anticipating getting that package delivery anytime during the stream. So. If the phone happens to ring, I just got to go run downstairs and grab it, so that's all good. And let's see, Joseph. Joseph Fields, Texas, on the moon, huh? Well, that'll be cool. Okay, now I get you what you meant there, Piggy. No worries, no worries. It's okay. I'm sidetracked. I was trying to find the ice cream boat. Sorry. It's the way it works. Anyway, let's say hi to everyone in here. And hopefully you're enjoying watching the lava spatter coming out of Popocatépetl from this morning. Well, you said, I guess, yeah, I get it, there, Piggy, no worries. Anyway, welcome, and let's see, Tom just sent me an email here. Okay, I'll worry about that. All right, we'll keep that operation quiet for right now. I have to, it's a private email. Anyway, we'll say hello to everyone, and goes to the sty. Piggy, don't run away. You're welcome to be here, so you don't have to hide. Welcome to Derek Shave, and Philomena is here. Tanto, bonjour. And Johnny Gonzalez also here, and John Raper is here, Henry Nelson, and of course Hermione and Fluffy, and King Colin Deadman. All right, Sue Hayes is here. Brian Perfectability 999 also here, renewed his membership. Thanks, Brian. We got Henry, we got Hermione. Kevin Haynes is here. Welcome, Kevin. And scrolling up, Gaines on board today. Welcome back. And still scrolling up. See, I hear you, Sharon Stewart. There we go. Let's see. Anne Walsh, and that is all good. Welcome, Anne. I have to be. Yeah, I want to have ice cream, Sakura style ice cream. Yep, that'll work. I don't know if they have a Sakura special, Sakura Jima, I should say. Not 100% sure there. Anyway, going up, Debbie Brandy also here, or Brady, I should say. Sorry, and welcome. Dan is in the house. Welcome, Dan. And let's see, who else have we got in here? Jane Mary on board today. Welcome, Jane. And who else? I've seen more names in here earlier that were not often comers, if you know what I'm saying. Oh Mummy of Hamsters, though, that one shows up quite a bit. Welcome back. Pamela Moncure is here. Teresa is also here. Welcome, both of you. And still scrolling up, looking for other wonderful names. We got Pamela, we got Kevin, we got Sherry Hewitt is here. Welcome back, Sherry. And still scrolling up. I'm surprised I can scroll up this far. And let's see, who else we got? Bacardi 60, welcome. And let's see, who else? We got Johnny Gonzalez and Walsh. We got, yep, already got. Okay, scrolling up, looking for Brian C. is also in the house. Welcome, Brian. And CVET69, welcome back. And who else we got in here? I think we're just about at the end of the list. If I did not mention your name, it certainly is not intentional. Diane is here. Sometimes I don't get everybody, so that happens. If I didn't say your name, like old Nick, then, you know, I may not have seen you sneaking in and grabbing a cookie and running. But welcome, old Nick. Anyway, if I didn't say hi to you, you can yell at me. You're allowed. And, well, don't yell. Just say something. And I'll be happy to say hi. So, anyway, so what's cooking volcano-wise? Real quick into it. Don't be offended. No, don't be offended. Why would you be offended? I try to say hi to everyone. And Brian C. saying hi to all, and Doc, and the good Doc. Okay, cool, thanks. Anyway, getting over just to talk about Popocatépetl for a minute. Watched it do its thing Well, I didn't watch it personally, but I did record it. So it was doing, the clouds cleared and it was doing its thing all night long, basically, and we captured just slightly over 6 hours worth. And it was doing its thing, so I did not edit out any commercials yet, so if we happen to come across a couple, to ignore them. Other than that, everything should be okay. And this volcano, I did make this into I think it's about a 5.5 minute long time lapse. So we'll watch that in a little while, and that'll kind of expedite the process a bit to let you get that 6 hours in a short period. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's park this wonderful lava for now, and we will head on over. Adele just got here. Not a good internet connection, so we'll say a good night. Adele, you take care, and well, you can always leave it on if it works. If I don't know, sometimes you need to reboot and refresh and all kinds of things to get it working properly. But I know my computer wanted me to restart and do all kinds of weird things too today. So hopefully everything will be all right there, Adele. Anyway, you can always catch the stream in the morning if you like. And remember, tomorrow's is on early as well. Okay, let's, well, we did stop that, so let's go over and take a look at what Kilauea is doing. Oh, by the way, that's our secret volcano photo of the day. I hope you guys like that. That's kind of a neat shot. I thought it was nice. Going to keep my keep quiet on it for now. Anyway, here we are over at Helemaumau crater in good old Kilauea, Hawaii, and I have to say there's something going on. And when we start looking around, you notice there's extra smoke spots where we are seeing a steam arising. Right in here. This one is now active. Something is up, guys. This one is doubled in size. This one on the end of the west lava pond, it's kind of split in two, and then we have a new one coming out of the old toll hole, and I have no idea why all of a sudden we're seeing that. So something, boiling trouble, and that is something to ponder, and we will definitely have to keep an eye on this, because why all of a sudden are we seeing those extra smoke spots and or steam or whatever is coming out of there. It has to, for Newton's law, every action has a reaction, right? So there's something that caused it, or it's magma pushing up. Who knows? If it is magma, it would be nice. I mean, we'd love to see a little bit of an eruption there. Let's have a quick look at the other shots here. I can actually refresh that one a little bit and see. Oh, darn it, I should have left it where it is. That smoke from the front was actually pretty nasty. But yeah, you can still see the extra smoke plumes coming up, and even in here and down in here, we didn't see that from the other shot. So there is something heating up there, and I have to wonder what it is. Let's take a look at the other one. This, of course, the B1 cam down on the side of the caldera. And here too you can see some of that extra smoke coming up. Oh, there goes my phone. Hold on, guys. Hello.
Hey, so are you home?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you down at the door?
I will be between like 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. I'm in the middle of doing a stream here, so all right, I'll come down there. All right, thanks.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, I'll be there. Thanks.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Okay, that didn't work. Darn it. All right. Mic on. Yeah, I see that. I tried to turn it off. That's okay. I didn't say anything nasty or anything, so we're all good. Anyway, I'm going to put the canned lava back on for a second, and I will come back right away. I'm going to go grab that package that has just arrived. So don't go anywhere. There's the canned lava, and we'll make it move. How about that? All right, I'll even throw the music on. Don't go away. Okay, the microphone is back on, ladies and gentlemen. I figured we'll get right back into it. And thanks for hanging in there. And Tom, if I know I seen you in the chat here, so Tom, it has arrived. All good. Okay, just so you know. Anyway, we'll keep going with our wonderful stuff. Door beer? No, I can't have beer. And thanks, old mummy of hamsters. Awesome. And, Sharon Stewart hears me. Quick, I'm going to hide. And Billy Bob Joe made it in. Welcome. Good to have you on board. Anyway, we were over in Hawaii looking at stuff. Let's go back there and take a look and see where we were at. So B1 camera, I did refresh it. And let's see, that should be there. That's a brand new refresh on it. We do see those extra smoke points, and that is something that I just wanted to point out here. I don't know, it just seems all of a sudden we're getting some heating or something happening there in Kilauea, and we'll keep an eye on it, see what happens. Having a look at the thermal, I didn't see anything new here, and it's kind of hard to tell if these spots have really lightened up or not. It does seem a little bit brighter, but then again, it is also daytime there, so that is at 9:10. Let's refresh it real quick and see what the current shot looks like. And I really don't know, again, yeah, it's... again, we're seeing these lighter areas. I don't know if it's just me or just noticing that even down on the bottom here, quite light. And I don't know, some areas still fairly dark, but we are seeing some of the lower level areas kind of shining through. Hotter and to me, yep. Brighter and hotter, that is what we figure. So we'll see what happens in the near future. Maybe Kilauea will give us a show of some sort. Anyway, that is what it looks like there right now. And as you can see on this shot, we got the extra smoke coming from these ones on the this rail here, if you want to call it that, a whole row, and of course along the back. This one here, and these other smokers out in the middle of nowhere. Mind you, they're small, but still, they weren't there before, and it is a noticeable difference. Anyway, let's leave there. We'll go over to our next wonderful place of joy and fun and frolicking, and that will be over in Iceland, and we need to fix this up. We did load up that other view, and it looks not bad, so I gotta find Iceland first. There it is. Okay, that is a present of a shot there at what is it, 8:23 in the evening in Iceland. It certainly doesn't look like 8:23. That sun is still pretty high up. This, of course, is the capital city of Reykjavik. And you can see quite a bit in the distance here. Relatively a nice day, but still some rain clouds and stuff coming in. I don't know if they're coming or going or what the heck is happening, but hopefully they'll be all right. Let's back that up about 9.5 hours or so. Doesn't matter where we really go. And beautiful looking. Nice snow caps on the mountains in the back. I'm surprised we're still seeing that. And really quite heavy on these ones, but still a beautiful spring day for those good people in Iceland. Let's go over to the next view. This one, of course, from the Perlin Center, and so is this one, and that is the regional airport, and of course the Perlin Center's yard and park area. And looking off into the distance, the sun is up there, and over here is Keilir, one of our wonderful volcanoes that we like to keep an eye on. And let's back that up to about the 9.5 hour mark as well to see what it's like. And looked a lot nicer then. That picture can get a little bit sharper though. Let's get that. There we go. That looks better. And yeah, you can see quite well. the rain has all dried up, and of course Kalir off in the distance there, so pretty cool. And where's Pepper? Tom, did we leave Pepper in the fridge? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pepper. Who's a fridge, Piggy? Henry, you can shut the fridge door. Okay. What's going on? What won't I know? Hang on here. I got to read back a little bit. There's some trouble brewing in here. Okay, and why is a Piggy whistling innocently? Yeah, she's innocent. Of course, a Piggy. We know you're innocent. I've heard that before. Dr. Fox must have an old fridge. The new one has the alarm on it to let him know if the door was open. Yeah, it's true. The new one does have an alarm on it. And I won't tell you where the old one is. And anyway, that's all what we got. You can't prove anything. Yeah. That's the old saying from Bart Simpson there. I didn't do it, nobody saw me do it, you can't prove anything. and that's the line, and we're going to stick to it, right? Let's make this one smaller, go to the next shot, and of course this is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right near the lighthouse. Of course we see one of the steam geysers, the main one over there, doing its thing, working very hard. And not seeing too much steam coming out of any of the other vents along here, since they must be back down to regular levels of steam rather than having too much. And I still think the other day there when they had everything cranked open, I think they did have some sort of a magma intrusion of some kind to cause that, at least a little extra heating down there. The old one is next to Doc's desk. That's where he keeps all the cold Pepsi. Don't tell her that. Boy, I had to run an extension cord because I got too many things plugged in here. Careful you don't trip over that, especially with those crutches, Piggy. Anyway, that is what we were seeing now. And if we go back about 9.5 hours, just to have a quick peek. We'll take a look and see. Looked fairly clear. You almost can see some of the buildings there in Grindavik, the town, and of course that little rise back there where the mouse is, that of course is Ragnar peeking over the hills just. And the power plant as mentioned before, and the geyser, so pretty cool. And that's what we got there. Let's go to our next shot. We're going to make this one smaller, and the next one a little larger. And of course, that is a Katla. Katla kind of hiding, but if we go back just even a couple of hours, we can definitely see all of Katla. And it's a very nice clear view today. For some reason, not in 1080p. There we go, and that helps. Mubby of Hamsters renewed her membership 15 months. Time flies when you're having when you're in a great group like this. It sure does. And you know, I look at that, 15 months already. Wow, that's a long time. And pretty awesome shot here. If we go back that about the same 9.5 hours. It looked pretty good then. Well, not quite as good. A little bit of a frost cloud on top of it, but that's what we've got out there. Anyway, that is Katla and doing its thing, which is nothing right now. Being quiet. We do see some of the water is starting to recede or evaporate down there, which is also good. And we will leave that one there. Going to make that one smaller. Going to change the view slightly here. And we're going to look at a Katla from a slightly different angle. And thanks to Sue, This is the view of Katla from a slightly a different angle of camera there, and that is a current shot. Unfortunately, this one doesn't allow you to go back or anything, but it does give you a pretty good idea of what it looks like. So, and of course, you can see the sun in there starting to come into the frame. So, all good. Anyway, I like that. Looks neat. We'll see if we can keep that one on here. Unfortunately, because we can't control the whereabouts of the video, we can't really go back on this one. But it is cool nonetheless to be able to have that, and we'll definitely continue to use that a little bit. All right, so let's put it back on here, and we will. Well, actually, I will do that. Actually, I need to close that one down a little bit. There we go. And I will go over here to our harmonic tremor charts. Actually, it is a time for a break, so I am going to go take that break, you guys. We will come back to our wonderful harmonic tremor charts after the break, and we'll see. I'm going to actually refresh it now, just to. I'm curious. Oh, look what we got there. I like that. That's nice. Yikes spikes. That is pretty cool. Anyway, Pepsi time. I'm gonna go do that, and don't go away. We'll have the harmonic tremor charts for Iceland, and then we'll get into the Icelandic earthquakes, and then we'll carry on with other things. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, just peeking in from the outside, please do consider hitting that subscribe button. And of course, I'm trying to get my archive video thing on here as well. It's not working. Come on, I move. It doesn't want to move. There we go. Now it's going to move. All right. There, archive video, just so we have it. Yep, we're going to turn the music on, and I promise it's coming. I'll be back. Hello, I am back. Easy, piggy, easy. Yeah, Anne, please, Anne, limit it to five emojis, okay? And no more than five, please. We get the message, so please limit it to five emojis maximum. That way we don't mess up the chat too badly, all right? That would be gracious of you if you could comply. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the welcome backs from. Let's see. We'll start out with. I'm going to say hi to Squinty. I mean Grandma B, and welcome. Thanks for the welcome back, Tonto and Old Mummy of Hamsters and Henry and John and Jane and. Squinty, I mean Grandma B, and Kevin and Sue, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and let's see the other ones, Sherry Hewitt and Hermione and Fluffy, all good. So all right, let's keep going here with a smile on our face. And we'll turn off our wonderful lava from Popocatépetl from early this morning, and we'll just pause that. We'll go over to our harmonic tremor charts, and we'll take a look and see what we've got. And let's see. Yeah. No, Piggy, you're absolutely right. You're okay. Don't worry about anything. I'm glad that you're here doing your thing. So that's what it's all about. Anyway, harmonic tremor charts. We do see something very cool. So anyway, we do see the descending magmatic line as well as our seismicity, which kind of peaked all of a sudden along with the tectonic action. Not sure exactly what caused that, but we do see a major decline, and at the bottom of the decline, all of a sudden we're seeing spikes, some quakes. So something obviously happened in the area. We're going to find out where it happened, not necessarily what happened, but we know that it's likely earthquakes. So hopefully everything is good there. Anyway, Grandma B, I'm glad that you're on board, and I hope your vision does improve for you. I know it's going to be a little bit getting used to that. I'm sure. I haven't had an eye procedure done, but other than eyeballs frozen. But we're doing our thing. Anyway, looking at Askia, pretty steady as far as our magmatic stuff, and we do see a downturn in our seismicity, the green one. And of course, some really weird action from our tectonic plate. It's like up and down. It's like almost like it's doing a quick wave of some sort. And as it's descending, I have to wonder about that. And we'll see what else we've got happening around the other sensors, and we'll go to the next one, which will be Grimsey, the northernmost point there in Iceland, and we're just about there. So we see there it had a major uptick, that it dropped and kind of leveled out with a slight decrease at the end. Same thing with our seismicity. Again, that's the same area where we had the stuff at Fjarðarfjall, and I wonder what the heck would have caused that. Anyway, we see the seismicity go up and drop back down to a reasonable level, and an increase in tectonic movement, and some quakes in the area, obviously. That is Grimsey, the northernmost point there with a sensor on it, and of course we're back down to Grindavik, and that is southwest of Fjarðarfjall. We do see the decline in the magmatic colors here as well, and same as what the other one is. Same thing goes for our seismicity, and more of a decline there for our tectonic movement. We are still seeing that same kind of anomaly there around roughly the same time that we've seen it in Fjarðarfjall. and of course some spikes, but not as intense. So whatever our quakes were, they were likely in Franco del Fiol or perhaps to the east. Let's take a look at the next one. That's Krimsky. No, hang on. What is it? Karimsky. No, not Karimsky. What the heck is it? Let's just scroll here and find out. Oh, I keep going. Having a mental block. Krisovic. How about we'll use that one? That'll work. There's our Krisovic chart, and we can see same thing, quite a big drop in seismicity, and quite a big drop in our lava as well, or magmatic, if you want to call it that. And that's both the top ones, and then of course a major drop, just like the other ones, and big spikes going up as well, indicating that the earthquakes or whatever caused them are somewhere around that area, or perhaps a little closer to our wonderful Franco del Fiol. You never know. Anyway, let's not ponder this too much. We'll put it back on Franco del Fiol, and we'll go have a look at our quakes. And I think it's kind of interesting, because I like where they are and the fact that there are some happening there, even though it's not in a Franco del Fiol. And over we go to our earthquake map, and yep, there it is. So looking for the day, 96 quakes in the last 24 hours. We're not going to go through each and every one, but we will take a look at a lot of them to see what's going on. Of course, right now, the area of interest is, well, you can see that cluster right there of quakes. Anyway, we are on the Reykjanes Peninsula. That is Reykjavik, and over here is Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík. And if you go over here and zoom in just a little bit, you can see the Blue Lagoon and the power plant right beside it. There's the hotel. And sliding down a little bit, the town of Grindavik and the two radio towers, which there they are, right there. Pretty cool. But we didn't see them from the lighthouse today, and that other view is from here, roughly from over here. And that is the location of the lighthouse. So pretty awesome. And there's the other power plant that we were looking at, as well as the steam geyser located over here. Anyway, let's get at it, and we'll maybe grab this one out here in the water first. And so 1.6 came in from 10 kilometers down and was about 5:49 a.m. and sliding over a bit more, and we are looking for stuff in our Franco del Fiol area. There's Ragnar, and there's the Siggy Fisher, and we are really not seeing anything. There's our Franco del Fiol area. It's not within there, but it certainly is over here. So let's have a look at the Krisovic area and see what they had. 2.0, 5.4 kilometers down, 8:56 a.m. for that guy. 1.09, 4.9 clicks down, 9:45. And let's take a look at this mess. There's a bunch of small ones in there. We know this area is full of steam vents and geysers as well, so that is something of interest. Anyway, 3.05 is the magnitude, 4.9 kilometers down from 1657. And then we've got 2.81, 5.3 clicks down, 1530 is the time on it, 2.75, 5.1 kilometers down, and that's from 1531. And we see some other sizable ones. 1701 had a 1.6, 4.6 kilometers down. Over here towards the lake, we got a 1.9, 3.6 kilometers down, 1531 as well. That seems to be 1531 seems to be the time where a lot of them pop. Latest one right here in the swamp area from 2040, 0.6, and that is 2.9 kilometers down underneath it. So interesting to see, but like I said, we're not going to go through all of them. But that is Krisovic right there, and that of course is the lake This is the shallower swamp area with steam vents in it out to the southwest of the lake. Anyway, 8:05 a.m. we had a 1.51, 5.2 kilometers down underneath the lake, and then there was another little 0.1 just off to the southwest east of it. 8.5 kilometers down from 1857. Sliding over a little bit, we want to take a look and see what else we got. Let's not forget that 1.78. 5.9 kilometers down from 316 this morning, and that is, well, that's not near our hot road. That is over here. That's a little further away. Is that Hengild? Yeah, that's Hengild. So that's that area, and then we've got this over here, 0.52, 2.3 kilometers down, 1619. And the other one is 1.2, sorry, 4. Dyslexia has taken over. 1.4 kilometers down from 1939. And let's take a look at a few others moving towards Hecla, but not anywhere near it yet. From 9:33 a.m., a 0.52, 9.6 kilometers down, and a 0.1, a 1.6 kilometers down from 1847. There's Hecla right there. And then we take a look and we see a 0.92, 4.1 clicks down. And Don Arnold is here. Aloha, Don. 8:53 a.m. for that 0.92. How about that one? Yeah, I'm messing up left, right, and center. 1.3 in magnitude, and that is a 1.1 kilometers down from 1246. And then we have at Katla, a small one from yesterday, 23:25 was the time, a 0.31, and that's 135 meters down, likely ice movement. Extra long breaks today, Doc. I had to talk today with a sore throat. Don't do you good. That's for sure. And going over here a little bit more. Yeah, we're gonna make sure we get a longer break. 16:57 is the time on this one. 1.1 and 1.1 kilometer down. And that is kind of to the southwest of Grimsvatn. There we go. And this is over at Bardabunga, and that is a 0.98 and 1.48, or just about a kilometer and a half down from 8:58 a.m. And here's Askja. Askja only has a very small quake today. Came in at 8:21, and it's a 0.48. Or sorry, 49, 135 meters down. I don't believe that would be ice. I do think that is something, surface, a quake or avalanche or something like that. Who knows? But I don't know exactly what that would be. Interesting though, because yeah, I don't think there's that much ice there that's melting that would cause that. Definitely not 135 meters thick. And let's go with these here. 0.3, 10.2 kilometers down, 1836 for him. 0.57, 10 kilometers down from 207 in the morning. And then we've got 3 different little areas here. Let's check these outsiders first. 1.62, and that's 10 kilometers down, 827 this morning. And then 0.62, yeah, 10 clicks down, 12:36 is the time on it. 1.42, 10 kilometers down, 24 minutes after midnight, and 2.2 came in from 10:17 this morning, 9.6 kilometers down. And then we've got a few more in here that are sizable, above the 2 mark anyway. 2.16, 10 clicks down, 4:04 a.m. This one down here from 10:17, 2.2 in magnitude, and 6.9 kilometers down. We'll leave the other ones. I'm just going to go down here and have a look at some of these, and again we see some that are hitting that 2 mark, and that is 10 kilometers down, 9:02 a.m. for him. And let's see, do we have, there's another 2.08, 10 clicks down, and 6:09 this morning. And let's just grab a couple samples out of here. 1.75, also 10 kilometers down, 2:45. We've got 1.84, 10 kilometers down, 4:11 this morning. The one beside it, 10 kilometers down, 1.92, 4:45 a.m. and 1.86, 10 kilometers down, 15:25. Just as samples. And this one here, 17:56, 1.8, 7 kilometers down for him. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Piggy. And we'll go over here. We see a 2.6, also 10 kilometers down, 4 a.m. for him. We got a 1.48, 10 clicks down, 4:43. And this one was from 8:06, a 1.73, 10 kilometers down. And we'll have a look at that one, 1.08, 10 kilometers down, 3:27 this morning. So interesting to see a bunch of these newer, fresh quakes, and they're all relatively interesting sizes, you know, between the 1s and the 2s, and some above the 2 in magnitude. So definitely of interest to be able to watch those. Anyway, 1954, we had a 1.6, 2.9 kilometers down for that guy. I'm not going to worry about the rest, but that gives us a pretty good idea. We've got kind of a split swarm here, and when we look from far away, it is a swarm. Same thing with this down here, just south of that lake, and I am not sure how to pronounce that. What is it? Clefarvan? Yeah, Clefarvat Lake. I don't know if that is correct or not, but hey, that's what we got there. So interesting to see. Hopefully it will be okay there. And I'd like to see more down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, not in anyone's backyard, but you know, someplace where, like, hey, you know, Ragnar, let's see that pomp. I'd love to see that. Anyway, let's have a quick peek over at the Azores before we run out of light there. And of course, you are seeing one of the wonderful little villages and one of the harbors on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. Off in the distance, you're unable to see Pico Island. It seems to be covered up by a whole bunch of that nasty cloud stuff. But hey, it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. At least the water looks pretty calm. And we'll take a look at the other shot here. This is of that little cove. We do see some waves coming in, but again, nothing really major. So looks like it's going to rain there. What a surprise. Anyway, let's have a look and see, is there any quakes and new ones? No, nothing on the island of São Jorge. The last one was on the 19th, so a long time ago. We're going to refresh this map. I did not have a chance to look at it earlier. And we do see one quake showing, and we'll have to make that map bigger to find it and zoom out possibly. And see, there it is, and well, let's click on it and see. It's a 2.3, 15 kilometers down. That's quite a ways, and that came in yesterday at 39 minutes after midnight, or a UTC, or a GMT, if you want to call it that. So that is what we've got in the Azores, and if we zoom out real quick, you kind of get a better idea of where that is. There's Portugal here, Spain, there, that's the word I'm looking for. France over here, England, Ireland, and of course up here you got Iceland, and over there is Greenland, Newfoundland, and then of course over there will be a Sioux waving from Cole Harbor, there in Nova Scotia. See, there she is, right there. She's waving at everyone. Anyway, that is where it is. And I'm surprised it's not that tropical over there. And we could almost see if that is just a little bit further south. That's, can't grow palm trees there. Darn it. Anyway, I'll leave it as that. I'm going to go put this on to our lovely lava. Actually, going to put that back there first. And we'll take a look here. That, of course, is archived video from earlier this morning. And that is our wonderful Popocatépetl. Oh my God, I got two weird dogs arguing over a piggin ball. Oh, a piggin ball. Well, take the ball away and see what they say then. Oh, anyway, for those good people who are here, please consider hitting the like button if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, sitting out in the Lurkers Lounge, peeking in, by all means, give it a quick bop on that subscribe button. And don't forget to hit the bell notifications. No guarantees that you will always get your bell notification notified or a ringing. I don't know. It's YouTube, not us. And we have nothing to do with it. Anyway, it's a time for that break. So after the break, of course, we are going to have bacon seeds. And then we're going to guess our secret volcano. And then we'll go from there. So don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And Tom, coming to some border crossing shopping. That'd be interesting. Yep, support Canada. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Tanto and Kevin and John and Oh Mummy of Hamsters. Saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And then, of course, Sharon Stewart going, I hear you, DrFox2000. And thank you, Hermie and Fluffy. And I don't know. We'll see if we can make stranger noises yet. And Sherry is lurking. No worries, Sherry. You're allowed. Lurk all you wish, and we'll stop that wonderful lava from popping up and out of Popocatépetl. Of course, and that is down from earlier today, 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, and Popo has been active for quite some time now. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds. Hey, the king is back and ready for seeds. There we go. Of course, this was the last one from yesterday, and that was our friendly fella. I think he just got out of the hogwash. Not sure, but Piggy was feeling a little bit more spry today, and let's see if we can find her jumping around. I could swear, and that is not working. Let's try that. There she is. I knew she would be there somewhere, bopping around, and that's all right. For a person who's in jail, she's doing a fantastic job. At least she's not overdoing it on her hips. She's moving her body rather than the hips, so that should be okay. Anyway, let's carry on, and of course there she is sending on the computer. Let's see what she sent today. Soap opera. Yep, you could be right. Here is a Piggy trading card, and a cute baby Piggy has a 90 HP and a super snort of 100, and Piggy's eyes for a 120. That is definitely a dangerous individual. You need to have that card on your team, otherwise it won't work. Anyway, that is cute. I like that. Let's continue on here and see what else we've got for a wonderful bacon seeds. Speaking of somebody keeping an eye on you, there's a one. And kind of going, yeah, what do you want? I do have to say, this pig needs a little bit more to eat, though. I can see the ribs, and we need bigger pork chops there, buddy. Anyway, home a spa piggy, yep. Bacon seeding, yep, they are indeed. And let's continue on and have a look at the next one. They're having a nice, enjoyable time climbing up on these stumps. Very cool. Inquisitive, like other animals. So, you know how it goes. Yummy ribs. Yep. Let's carry on, though. Here's our next little guy. And he's peeking at us. He's got a nice smile, though. I like him. Cute little fella. And that is awesome. Bolts, table, stable, a door, humph at Dr. Fox. What? What did I do now, Piggy? What did I do now? I'm in trouble. I don't know what I did. The pigs are running away. I don't know how to stop that. I think they are in need of hogwash, though. You said you need some more. No, I was referring to the pig needs to have a little bit more meat on his bones there, Piggy. That's all. I didn't say anything about eating them. His sides were a little, if the ribs are showing, he needs to have a little bit more bacon on there, if you know what I'm saying. That's all. That's all. Running of the pigs. Is that what this one is? Eyes up, Dr. Fox. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Insert other foot, wiggle toes. Yep, I think we need a hogwash in here. Definitely. These critters are looking a little bit on the dirty side. I think they are looking for another pond to hide in. Anyway, let's go have a look at the next bacon seed. This one isn't too bad. He has got a lot shorter ears, not so pointy. And we do see he's got a nice smile on his face, so that's pretty awesome. Let's see what we got for the next one. And now everybody go ah. That's a cute little guy. That's just a teeny weeny little one, and yep, enjoying and being cuddled and staying warm. And yep, and that is a tiny baby pig. And I don't know how old he is, but I'm glad that he's being coddled and kept warm. They like that. Next on our agenda is this one, and of course that is what happens if you cross the road illegally. You end up in piggy jail. And Big Piggy says, 1 day old for that other one. That is awesome. Yep, in jail. And you don't want to be in piggy jail. It's a rough place. It's a rough place. Mind you, Piggy has got power tools in there. Speaking of eating, these guys need to have a little bit more munchies too. They're a little on the skinny side. It sulks. Yeah. What a score, a topic, a dom. Okay, never mind. Anyway, these guys look skinny. They need to eat more, and I'm sure they've got those feeders there where they can eat. And there we go. That is our last bacon seed for today, you guys. And that one, of course, is definitely having some munchies there over on the right-hand side. I'm not sure about what the heck is on the left there. Is that a mama pig? Maybe? Could be. But 20 days left. Okay, a piggy. Well, that'll be okay. Who's accounting? Well, she's scratching in the walls there, Henry. I seen that, and it was those claw marks from the trotters, but that's okay. Anyway, let's get over to our next place, or a port of call, if you want to call it that, and that will be our wonderful Popocatépetl, and it has been busy. So there you can see at 15:15, which is a present time, and that is a Popocatépetl alive, doing its thing, and we like it. Now, I did mention earlier that I did make the thing into a time lapse, so we'll let that run right now, and it's this, of course, is at 64 times regular speed. And it gives you a little bit more of an idea of what was happening there during the course of the night. This is just a little bit before midnight, and then there we go, passing the midnight mark. And this thing was continuing to spew out a lot of the little batches of, I guess we'll call it effusive lava. And it basically being winged out of the caldera. And yesterday we had those photos of that caldera, which was pretty cool. But yeah, this is nice to be able to see that. And I'm very happy that it cleared up a whole bunch. It was kind of a neat. Oh, Henry, you with your mystery volcano, always a troublemaker. All right. Once this is done, I will show you the mystery volcano. Actually, we can probably pause this. This is like 5 minutes long, so let's pause that, and we'll go and find the mystery volcano, Mr. Troublemaker. Yeah. Yeah, I always have a problem with that. Let's, we want to pause this one too. There we go. And where is that darn thing? There it is. There's our mystery volcano. All right, I don't know who wants to guess at this one, but this should be relatively easy. And I think you guys will figure this one out pretty quick. The trees confuse me. Henry Nelson, congratulations. They confuse you, but you got it. And there you go, Henry. And no, it's not Bob. It is Kilauea. This is Kilauea from 2018. This is one of the vents that popped out. And I don't know if, exactly where it was located, but in the description they said it was one of the vents from the 2018 eruption. So, and it is definitely Kilauea. So we'll leave it as that, and Henry gets the stack of cookies, and we'll give him those real quick. Congratulations, Henry. And it is a beautiful shot, though, you got to admit. Looking at it, it's kind of neat how that magma, or lava, if you want to call it that, at that point, has built up and created those side walls, just about vertical side walls. And that is pretty awesome to see. So, anyway, let's leave that guy be. We'll get back over to our time lapse of Popocatépetl, and it took off all on its own, which is good, and that is pretty cool. Like I said, this video is about 5 minutes long. Unfortunately, the audio for it is, I should kill that there, and also, yeah, the other one I did, so we're okay. Yeah, you just get a high-pitched screeching or sound whenever there is anything happening there if you're running it in a time lapse. Nothing to really discern. You don't hear that rumble or anything. But yeah, it's almost like a continuous or a constant eruptive phase that Popo is going through, and it's just not letting up, you know. And as we watch it, it's just, you know, you can definitely see it's just going and going and going like the ever-ready bunny. So hopefully we will see more magma intrusions into that caldera, and once it fills up and pours out, that's when things will get a little bit more interesting. But right now what it seems to be doing is just producing spatter and a lot of gas in there, that kind of a situation. And you know, the main propulsion to any eruption, of course, is the gas. As it is moved up and it expands and creates that driving force to be able to push things up and out and create all kinds of ash plumes. And hopefully that's not going to end up over any inhabited areas. We hate when that happens because, you know, people get ash on everything, and not really cool that way. But that is what it was doing. And like I say, it was a fairly long time-lapse video, so it did take a little time to produce, but taking 6 hours and scrunching it into about 5.5 minutes is a little bit of a speed challenge, I guess. Takes a little time for processing as well. Anyway, hopefully you guys like watching that, and I know it's kind of like it just keeps on going and going and going, and yeah, it does. That is really quite neat. Ongoing material being pushed out, and hopefully we'll see a pond or a puddle within the caldera, you know, of lava just sitting there. But right now, we know it's just coming out of that vent and really not accumulating because of the amount of gas pushing out the material. So if it does become airborne, typically it will eject from the caldera itself. But we do know that there is still quite a bit of space within the bowl up top from its previous eruptions, and we'll likely not see it fill up just too quick. It'll take a few months to make that happen. But once it does fill up there, we'll see lava flow. There's no doubt about it. So if this continues at this type of rate, what we're seeing right now, it will definitely start to have lava moving down the hill as things progress. And this is where it switched to daytime mode. You can definitely tell there's still a lot of snow up there, but also you can see the blackened areas where the lava has come out and melted it off. So all good. How's Popo's dust, Doctor? I have no idea how bad it is. At times you can tell that it's got quite a bit of ash in there, and I guess there was some reports about the residents in Mexico City kind of having a little bit of an issue with ash getting on everything. So as long as it blows out from Mexico City or the opposite direction, if it goes southeast where it's been going for the last couple of days, it's not so bad. If it blows to the north or northwest slightly, then of course Mexico City gets all the good stuff, and that's not necessarily what you want when you have a lot of tephra and ash within that output cloud. Anyway, let's stop that. And this is what the current shot looks like, and it is still going, and it really hasn't stopped. So we'll leave it as that. The other views, of course, just to give you a little bit of an idea, there's a little further back from the volcano itself, and you can see how high that plume is reaching up here, and of course it's going out, getting caught by the wind, and then pluming up again a little bit. So not that much wind there, though, since it's changed directions twice here in a 90-degree fashion, and kind of makes you wonder what it's doing. But let's make that one smaller. We'll go to this one. We'll make that large as well. That is from the other side, and the sun is kind of up there, so we're seeing a silhouette. But nonetheless, you can definitely see the ejecta, and that is a fairly heavy ash cloud coming out right now. So that is a current shot. Let's make that one smaller. Going to make this one smaller too, and we'll go over to our next one, and that is a Fuego, and a Fuego was not overly visible today. There is early in the morning, 4:53 a.m. That's what the glow was like, and if we go ahead a little bit, we see that glow slowly wane and disappear as it gets cloudy there. So, and from there on in, we basically were only able to see the outline of the volcano for a while, and then nothing, and there's just the clouds. So that is our Fuego. It of course has a kind of a waned down a little bit as far as activity, and we'll make that one smaller and continue on. This was a Messiah from yesterday in 1945. I'm going to refresh that, and there's a Messiah from now, and you can definitely tell quite a deep pit. You don't want to fall into that caldera. That's of course the deeper portion of it. This one here is the higher up level, and you wouldn't want to fall from the camera level down to this area. That would kill you, and then you could just roll in there and be done. Roasted as you fall another 250 meters or so, and end up in the middle of the lava pond. So That is what you have at Messiah Volcano. It is pretty awesome looking. Next one on our agenda, I'm going to have to refresh because I did these late last night, so we'll have a look at the ones in Chile. And the first one on the books here is, of course, our wonderful Lascar, and we do see some snow building up on Lascar. That's interesting. We don't see any output from it, or at least we can't tell from this shot. So let's leave that be. We'll go to our next one, and that is Laguna del Mole. And again, very hard to see if there's anything smoking or doing its thing there. But we do see quite a bit of snow, and that is what they've got going on in their shot. And yep, lots of snow. And next one, of course, is going to be Villarrica, and we can see it today. Still a little out of focus, but it is there. And that is Villarrica, and obviously you can tell it's got some very darkish smoke coming out of the top, and that is always interesting. Yep, smoky snow. Yeah, that snow is only so deep though. Underneath there, a lot of rock and ice, and well, I don't know how much ice would be on that, but a lot of rock underneath there, volcanic in nature. So the big thing you got to watch out for is landslides on those, or avalanches from snow and rock. That would make a mess. Classic snowcano. Yep, it looks beautiful. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. And it is just about break time again, so we will do that. After the break, we'll take a look over at Merapi and see if that'll make us happy. And we'll keep going from there. Oh, hang on. No, I got one more I want to do here. I want to do this quick report. Recon de la Vieja volcano in Costa Rica. Pyroclastic flows followed by a powerful phreatic eruption. And there it is. And that is on that photo. That is from May 25th is the day that happened. And yeah, no, that's 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. And that's what we see there. Pretty awesome. Just wanted to share that real quick. And yeah, I don't think those are related. Back to the thing, we'll close that off. Explosive eruption continues at the volcano's summit crater. A vigorous phreatic eruption took place at 1434 local time on May 25th. The blast was strong enough to generate a black cloud, pumice and ash flow caused by an eruptive plume collapse. The white phoenix clouds towering walls of cloud rising above pyroclastic torrents. Rose about 3 kilometers above the volcano and drifted to the northwest. So that is pretty wild, and that is what we see. Now I'm going to go for a break. So we've got that part done. That is all cool. And we'll put it back on here. Let's get that lava going. Where is that? Well, we'll turn that on. There we go. We're putting that back on there for our wonderful Popocatépetl, since I've got that video. It's 3 hours, so let's do it. Anyway, if you haven't hit that like button yet, here's your opportunity, and give it a quick bop if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing, and hopefully we've earned that, and hopefully you will, and all that nice stuff. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Gonna go for a break. Don't go away. More to come, and we'll see if Merapi is gonna make us happy. Here comes some music. there we go. The weird sounding guy is back on. I'm gonna have a drink of Pepsi though. Hang on. That's better. Sort of. Anyway, welcome. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And thanks, Sue and Tanto and Piggy. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Kevin and John and Juliet. And Glug Glug and from Banana Puss. And Sharon Stewart going, it is. It's a wonderful vintage, and I like it. And the King also says, welcome back. Awesome. Okay, so enough being weird. Gonna park that lava. Let's see if Merapi will make us happy today. And there, of course, is Merapi in all its wonderful glory at 4:43 a.m. right now. There in central Java, Indonesia. And we will make that a little bit bigger and go back a little bit and see some of our wonderful bacon flows that we had on there. And let's see if we go to this one. That should be about there. And there you can see some of that bacon sliding down the hill at 4:29 a.m. Definitely nice to see it in color and going. Dr. Fox going to try to sleep. Didn't get much last night. Piggy, no worries. You go ahead and rest and relax, get comfortable, and do whatever you need to there. So, all the best to you, and thanks for being here. Have yourself a wonderful rest and a good night, Piggy. Hugs, and I'll see you later. Okay, bacon down the hill. That is awesome. You can see the seismic readings on the bottom of that screen, showing an increase. So likely going to spew out just a little bit more lava. But that is awesome to see that going down the hill. And of course, those flows are traveling up to about 1 kilometer in length at times. On the really, really heavy ones, they get a little further, 1.5 kilometers or all the way up to 2 kilometers, but I haven't heard of anything going beyond that as of yet. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and of course nobody in its path down at the bottom, so all good. Anyway, let's see if we can back that up a little bit more, see a few more of those wonderful bacon slides. And let's get to a next one here. That one was too small. I wanted a bigger one. That would be somewhere right around here, give or take a little bit. Let's back that up just a little, right to the beginning. There, 3:36 a.m. and we do see it going down there, and hopefully. It'll put on a nice show here. That looks like a good chunk or amount of lava coming out of there. Definitely flowing quickly. So bacon, and going to say a good night to everyone off on the holidays tomorrow till Friday. Awesome, Sherry Hewitt, and glad that you were able to stop in and have a good night. And who else is going? Hermione. Okay, Hermione, you get some sleep as well, and all the best to you. And make sure Fluffy is sleeping too. And from my end, I'm not sure what is going on. Are you guys still seeing okay, or somebody say something, please? That way I know we're still working. At least I hope it is. My bit rates look pretty good right now. Is the chat on or no? I see buffering for some reason on the monitor here. It shouldn't be buffering. Okay, it's back to normal. All right. Oh, seeing more buffering. I wonder if the bit rate is going. Well, bit rate's going up and down a little bit, but not too bad. Hopefully. It's not wrecking the stream. Anyway, I'm going to back that up a little bit more. We'll see if we can find another spot or two where it flowed out. And hopefully we'll be able to locate that fairly quickly. A decent one is what I'm looking for. There's a few small ones in between, but I'm looking for bigger outputs. We'll go right about here, and that should flow a little bit, and we'll see what that happens. All good here for me. Okay, and Sue says okay, back now. Awesome. And yeah, I was wondering what the heck was going on there. It's kind of a weird. All of a sudden, it's like the interweb dropped for a minute or two. Well, for a few seconds anyway. Anyway, we do see that bacon sliding down the hill. That wasn't a heck of a lot, but it's on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I think it is because I seen it disconnect my other stream chat as well. Let's back that up a little bit. I want to go back a little bit to the beginning of this one. This was another one here at 23:45. Well, technically today or there yesterday, if you want to call it that, because they are across the international date line from us. So in the future, that is where they are. Anyway, I think that was about the biggest one that we've seen later there, or earlier, I guess. And we'll leave it as that. Merapi is still producing some reasonable bacon, as we can see. Spent the last 15 minutes looking for my passport. It was right where I put it. Of course, if you could only remember where you put it. And did you not write that down in a directory somewhere? Passport in this location? No? Never mind. All right, let's leave Merapi be, and hopefully you'll be okay, Tom. You've got your papers, and you can now move about freely. Next on our list, we're going to make this smaller and go to this wonderful volcano. And I think you all know who it is. That is Mount Ruapehu. And we'll start out with the sunrise time. I want to back up a little bit here and get to the point where it's kind of colored, and that is the color of the sky early in the morning there at Ruapehu in New Zealand, central portion of the North Island, and that looks pretty awesome. I like that. That's a nice sunrise. Some beautiful pinks and yellows in there as the sun is coming up. So really cool to see. Let's put it back to live though, because that's a lot closer up. As we can see, there is snow on Mount Ruapehu, and hopefully it will continue to get a little bit more snow so they can go skiing. That would be really cool and awesome. Let's leave Mount Ruapehu. We'll go to our next place of interest, and that is their charts for Taupo. And looking at what we've had happen in the last few hours here, last 12 or so, looks like, well, nothing really major, but we did have a little bit of activity, but that is about it. Let's take a look at the other one further to the north, and that one is very, very quiet, and not really low, but quite quiet. So I'm not sure what to think. I don't think there's much going on there. We'll leave it as that, and we'll I'll pop over and have a look at the photo. No, we won't. It says camera is not available. Darn it. Okay, well, we won't be able to look at the lake much. Typically, that lake, though, is the caldera for our wonderful Taupo. and you unfortunately can't see much, but you can do all kinds of things there from the looks of things. Top 25 walks and rides in Taupo, cool. And top 25 free and affordable experiences in Taupo. Pretty awesome stuff. Nice mural on that wall. You gotta like it. And anyway, we'll leave that be since the camera is not available. Darn it. It happens. Let's go over to our next one, and that is our Semeru. And Semeru was not quite as lucky as Taupo as far as weather, and they did have some stuff going on there. If we try to go back a little bit, I don't know if we're even going to be able to see it. I checked earlier, and I really didn't check for a long time, but yeah, we do have some stuff in between here where we can see the volcano. And there it is. Let's see if we can do a better capture on that itself, and give you a closer view there. So that should work. Pull that up to there, and click the magic buttons, and pull it open. There we go. So yeah, that's what it was like earlier. This is 17 minutes after 11 p.m. their time last night. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. So not bad looking there at that point. And prior to that, of course, we had more clouds in there. So, and going back a little bit further, we do see more of the volcano. And there it is at 21:26. That's 9:26 in the evening there, and definitely glowing, and a little bit of a lava movement. Nothing really crazy, but it is there doing what it does best. So let's see if we can find it popping anywhere though. And it's cooking, but I don't know. I just haven't found any places where it had any real eruptive activity. This, of course, is at 8:20 p.m. their time, and that is pretty cool looking. Let's see if we can see any spots where it's really throwing out some lava. Well, there was some lava flow here, and I was kind of wondering. That's at 1918, and if we expedite that a little bit, we can see that lava did move down the hill a little bit, and there's some more. Wondering where that's actually coming from, if there's an additional vent right in here, or what is going on with that, because we didn't see it flowing down the hill. So something sprung a leak, and we are seeing extra material moving on out, and I like that. Bacon is always nice to see, and we like watching lava going down the hill. Fascinating stuff. Makes you wonder where it comes from and why it's there. But we all know where it comes from, and we all know why it's there, because there's cracks and holes on the planet, and we've got a lot of pressure down there and gases, and that forces the magma up. Any soft spot or thin layer where it can get through and push through because of its pressure, and once it reaches the surface, of course, it looks like that, rolling down the sides of the hills that it created. Anyway, let's leave it there. It's just about a break time. We'll put this one back on live, and unfortunately not a good live shot. But we'll leave it there. Next place or a port of call is going to be there in Japan. And of course, right now, no ice cream boat for some reason. It just left. There it is. We can see it. We can spy on it. And these guys are still putting in piles or something. I wonder what they're building. Maybe more land or a harbor or who knows what. That'll be interesting. Anyway, the volcano in the background here is our wonderful Sakurajima. And Sakurajima are not doing a heck of a lot right now. Let's take a look at the closer up view. You do see some off-gassing and pluming going off to the right-hand side there. Some birds flying around. And I did try to see if it was busy during the night. There were a few times where it kind of threw out a little extra material, but you know, as far as off-gassing, but nothing too serious. A lot of birds there at 6:11 a.m. and going back a little bit more, we can see that it's continuing to put out its gas and continue, and there is a pretty good shot. I'm almost wondering if that is a little bit of lava glow right there. We do see a lit up spot, so what's going on is the question, of course. If we go back a little bit further, I don't know if we've seen that in there. No, we can't right there. So I'm wondering what was going on. Anyway, going back a little further, you can see the plume, not very large. That's at 1:41 in the morning. And 22 minutes after midnight, it was a little bit bigger and doing its thing. So definitely continuing to be active. I'm going to leave that there. It is a time for a break, you guys. So what we'll do is we'll put it back over here on the ice cream boat channel. Well, we'll keep a look on an eye out for the ice cream boat when the next one returns. I'm going to put this back on our canned lava of Popocatépetl from this morning and let you watch that while I throw some music on and go take a break. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, more to come. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome, OneFish26, and thank you for the welcome backs to Chanto and Sophie. Welcome as well. And thanks, Diane and OneFish and Sue. I appreciate those welcome backs. And our King Colin as well. Thanks, King. And let's see, who else we got? Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Ha! Anyway, all right, so on screen, of course, what you're seeing is Popo Cathy-Petal from the early hours of this morning. And, there you go, you fell for it, Sharon. I knew you'd type it. A little bit of fun. Awesome. And, Nightbot likes, a little humor there. Anyway, it was beautiful to see Popo continuing its eruption all night long. And very, very interesting to see that. And like I said before, if we see it fill up the actual caldera up top, it would be nice to see the thing flowing out and start creating lava streams rather than just a spatter that we're seeing on a regular basis. So, all cool. Anyway, let's stop that for right now. And we will get back over to Japan, where we were patiently waiting for an ice cream boat that never showed up. The other one is still on its way out over there. I can see it. Very good visibility there today, or reasonable, I guess. Anyway, there's our, we already took a look at Sakurajima with its off-gassing and stuff like that. We didn't look at the close-up cam. That is what the caldera looks like right now. I wanted to go back a little bit in time and just see on this one if we could see that lava that we've seen down in this area, that glow. And not sure if we're going to be able to see that. I'm just going back here. I don't know how far back it was. I couldn't remember, but definitely not seeing anything there, and that is at 50 minutes after 11 p.m. Let's move ahead a little bit in time. Hard to see there. If we go another half hour, you can see a little bit of a glow right there. Just a little. Definitely was lit up for a second. So kind of neat to see. So we do know there is lava in there, and we'd like to see it come out. So that is Sakurajima in Japan, a southern end. Let's put that back to live so we can see where it is. And of course, that's coming out of this vent over here. Would be pretty cool to see it popping. Well, maybe it can wait till the clouds clear. That would be a little better. We'll make that one smaller though, and continue on to our next one. And this is ASO. ASO, of course, is one huge caldera, and this is just one of the vents that is active within that caldera, and this is what most people are referring to as ASO. It's not just this little piece here. It is a huge volcano. Anyway, that is what we are seeing, though. That is like a floor of that little caldera in there is, I guess, pretty hot. So we're going to see off-gassing and definitely SO2 as well as steam coming out of there because of the floor heat within that little catch basin, if you will. And all the rain, of course, always flows right into it, creates a little bit of a lake inside there, and one of these days we'll get some photos of that little lake and how it steams out of there. That would be really awesome. I've been looking for some. Anyway, we'll leave that kind of be. We'll go back just a tad here to some strange looking blue skies and, well, kind of oddly clouded blue sky. And there we can see that off-gassing still hugging the ground, so don't be wandering around that volcano over there. You're going to not like the air. SO2 in the higher concentrations will do damage to you. Anyway, put that back to alive and make that smaller. We'll go to our next one, and that is Asama. And Asama looks a lot quieter today, at least in this view. If we go back just a little bit though, and that is about an hour and 25 minutes, we do see it pluming out quite a bit of material. And for a volcano that is not really considered to be active, that is a lot of off-gassing. And we go back a little bit further in time, that's 5:15 a.m. We can see it was still persisting then, and much earlier as well at 4:05. So we know that a volcano has been putting out a lot more material. This, of course, being 2:35 in the morning, hence the grainy picture. Let's put it back on live though, and you do see a little bit of a plume coming out, and maybe the wind's blowing it off the other direction, but definitely a contender for warming up and cooking eventually. And that is, of course, about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, and that's what we're seeing there. So making that a little bit smaller. We'll go back here for a second. I don't see it erupting, so that's all good. Let's pop back over here, and that is the way that one is. And is that an incoming ice cream boat turning around? It is. Ladies and gentlemen, the ice cream boat is about to dock. Get yourselves ready. You can head on down. There's the road, and make sure that you turn at the lights there and head down. You'll see that taller building right next to it is your safety building, so if you happen to drop your ice cream, you go in there and let them know. They'll clean it up for you. But anyway, there's the ice cream boat. Go down and get some. Alex France, welcome, and good to have you on board. And Alex, how is Iceland? And Sophie is here too. Iceland is shaking. Oh, Sophie, don't be a fearmonger. Iceland isn't shaking that bad. We checked when you said there was a quake. That quake happened earlier. It's all good. Lamberfall. Lamberfjord? Yeah, sure. In the swamplands, Alex is out there with dynamite earlier, and he was tossing some sticks into the mud, and that's what caused those volcanoes or those earthquakes. We know what Alex does when he's not busy. Anyway, welcome, Alex. Glad to have you on board. So let's leave our wonderful Japan alone. We know the ice cream boat is there. You can go down and get some at your leisure, and we will make that one smaller. Don't tell anyway. Sorry, Alex. I thought it was a common practice. You have that bow and arrow with the dynamite attached, and I thought it was kind of neat the way they fly and then they end up falling into the mud, and those explosions are pretty nice. Anyway, let's take you somewhere else for a second. And of course, our wonderful Sue mentioned that our Shivelish is kind of clear right now. So let's have a look at Shivelish and see what Shivelish is doing. These are current photos, and I wanted to hit the other button here. There we go, and you can definitely see Shivelish is off-gassing. There's that caldera, and this is, of course, the outline of the old caldera. The center portion here all got blown to bits and pieces, and it is rebuilding itself slowly, and that is what we're seeing in that shot. And let's leave that one be. This is from much further back, And if we hit that button, it doesn't really make it that much bigger, but still, you can definitely see two separate plumes here. So some off-gassing happening in two locations, and interesting to see that that it's actually got two separate spots doing its thing. Let's get rid of that one. This is the medium zoom, I guess, is what they call it. And yeah, you can see both of those plumes. This one over here, where the active caldera is, and then the output from over here on the left-hand side. So very cool to see that, and I like that. Anyway, let's make that smaller again. As far as the Alaskan ones themselves, I'm just going to take a quick peek. Really not that good. That is a Pavlov in the clouds, and the other one is the Great Sitkans, also not visible. So we'll leave it back on our Chevalish ones so we can see that. I thought that was kind of neat, and let's take a look over at our next one. That would be a Stromboli. Stromboli, I was kind of watching it, and I wanted to just add the other thermal cam. They've got two up there, of course, and we want to add the second one real quick here, and just kind of give it a little bit of a tweak. Oop, I grabbed the wrong thing. This one, we want to make that one smaller. There we go, and slide it up. So anyway, yeah, on the second thermal cam, that is kind of that area from a different angle. You do see that there is some hot lava there. It has been there for a little while. Those are the vents. And of course, on the shot over here, hard to see, but you can see a little bit of a plume there from gases coming out. I wish it would pop like the normal Strombolian mystery eruptions that we get at times, but it's not doing that. That is a Stromboli. Oh, maybe it will. And there goes a tiny little one. Yep, at least we know it's active. So there you go, you guys. Very cool, and we will leave that be. That is our wonderful Stromboli. And if we go over and have a look real quick, we can take a look at what is happening at Yellowstone National Park, not necessarily Old Faithful. Appears to be a lot of foot traffic. I wonder where, must be a Sasquatch convention or something happening there. Anyway, it looks pretty awesome to see. And while that is happening, I am going to take a look at real quick and see if we can see Mount Etna right now. Well, going back all the way, not that good, but I think around the sunset time when the clouds dissipated, we'll be able to see a little bit. So we'll take a look at Mount Etna, since this froze up again on me. Darn it. It's been doing that. I don't know why. Anyway, this is our wonderful Mount Etna. Let's go back a bunch of hours. We'll go back as far as we can. And that's about 11 hours and 55 minutes. You can see half the volcano. And the slopes here, obviously, and the snow coverings, that is cold. Unfortunately, with that cloud in the way, it's very difficult to see anything happening, and I did dissipate enough that we can see the top of the volcano, and we can tell that it is still producing some gases. And yeah, the other half is gone. It's missing, Sophie. Some magician made it disappear and forgot where he put it. Anyway, let's continue on, and we'll move through the cloudy part, and we'll go to where the sun started setting, and it was more or less a silhouette of the volcano. And let's see, right around here is probably a good place to start. There we go. and you can definitely see the venting happening from the very top of that volcano. Right there, you see the other clouds coming here. That is from the southeast crater, and I am curious about what's going on over on this end. We are seeing some smoke coming off of there, so interesting, and maybe we'll see some eruptive activity from that vent as well. So that is pretty cool. And let's see if we go back just a little bit further. It was still doing its thing, and there we go. Pretty awesome to see that. And let's see, are we missing anything volcano-wise? I think we've got pretty much on everything on our agenda. We do have the volcano report we need to read through, so we will get that. Yeah, we did the report on Recon de la Vieja, so that is all good. Let's go through our volcano report. We'll leave wonderful Etna on there while we're doing that. So late Friday volcanic activity, only 2 volcanoes registered. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. 2 volcanoes and Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions reported at 2045. And then Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed and reported at 2115. And getting to Saturday's activity, we've got 6 on our list today. And first one is Luolotok, and that is in Lesser Sunda Island, and that is in Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters reported at 3:30 this morning. And next we've got our Popocatépetl, and we've already talked about that multiple times and watched the activity from during the night. But anyway, it says here, frequent emissions reported at 4 a.m. Yep, we know that. It was definitely doing that. Constant emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters reported at 10 a.m. And then ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1600. And next, a volcano on the list, Semeru in East Java, Indonesia. And this again is from nighttime stuff. So it's discrete volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 4:45 a.m. not to wake anyone up. And the next one, of course, that is during the afternoon siesta time, so it's got to be discrete again. Volcanic ash to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters reported at 16:30. And then we've got Sabancaya still in the news there. Continuous emissions continuous emissions reported at 8:45 this morning, and then continuous ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1,500 or 3 p.m. their time. And then new volcanic ash emissions up to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 1,400 for Sangay in Ecuador. And of course, we did see the Recon de la Vieja volcano in Costa Rica. We seen that report already. That was from 1630. So that is all good. And thank you, Sue, for that report. And that is awesome. And of course, on the screen right now is our wonderful Mount Etna in Sicily, Italy. And that is pretty cool and awesome. Popo was spewing lots of big lava bombs. Yep, and little ones, Sophie, and little ones. And that's what we were seeing there. Let's make this one smaller, and we will go back over and That is the activity. This was actually at 2:20 this morning from Popocatépetl. So pretty awesome to see that. And yeah, you know, when you're looking at it from this angle and from a screen, you have no concept of physical dimension of some of those chunks of lava that are coming out there as a spatter. And like honestly, some of them can be couple meters in diameter or 5 or 6 feet in diameter when they come out, and it's hard for us to judge from such a long distance. So definitely, and you know, the other thing to keep in mind, this volcano is 17,800 feet in height, a very large structure, you know, that way. So all cool. Anyway, it is time for another break for me, so I am going to take a break before I sound any weirder or look more weird. Both go hand in hand, so hopefully that is all cool. And on that friendly note, if you have not yet hit the like button, please give it a quick bop. Of course, we're always trying to get over that 100 mark, so YouTube analytics take over and do us justice. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. Anyway, I will be posting this video, not the long version of it, but the a time-lapse version on my channel. There is a volcanic activity. After the show, I'll have to put some music to it though, because the rumble isn't very loud and it doesn't work well with time lapses. But if you do listen, you can hear the volcano, and I did record the sound as well. Anyway, we'll turn the music on shortly. We'll let you listen for this right now, because you'll probably go, oh yeah, I do hear that volcano. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. Well, the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Ham and sandwiches. Boy, yeah, sandwiches. Thank you for the welcome backs to Oh Mummy of Hamsters saying welcome back, Uncle Doc. And thank you to Sue Hayes. Speaking of sandwiches, yeah, I went grocery shopping this morning. $200 goes pretty quick. Thanks, Grandma B, for the welcome back. Anyway, 4 bags and $200. Boom, out the door. And I did buy myself a roast chicken. I'm still trying to catch the bugger, but he's around here somewhere. Anyway, no, it was a very no, not hamster. No, not hamster. A chicken is what I got. Roasted chicken at that. It was delicious, at least the portion that I ate. I bought a whole chicken, so I'll be eating some of that for a few days, and that is okay though. But you know, for when you spend what is it, $13 on a roast chicken, and if that lasts you for 4 meals, I still equate that to be fairly economical and frugal. Roadrunner, yeah, beep beep, and going like mad. Anyway, let's park our canned lava, and of course there's your sandwich. I hope Sharon comes back and sees that. That's her sandwich. Oh boy, that is going to be fun. All right, let's park that lava for right now, and we'll get over to the earthquakes. And there we go. Pardon me. Anyway, well, let's start out up here in the Aleutian Islands. The biggest one on the map today, of course, though, is the one down in Tonga. We'll get to him in a few minutes. Starting out here at Kamchatka Peninsula, we do have the one here right in the subduction corner, and that is a 4.0, and that happened on the 27th, so 48 minutes into the new day, 10 kilometers down, it says. And not a surprise to see a quake there. There's all kinds of them along this stretch. And as we move over, we take a look and see nothing new on Tanaga Island. We'll keep on going and look for other new things. Aniakchak is quiet today. No new quakes there. Looking at Trident, a volcano, that is this area in here. We did have 3 new ones, nothing too major. 2.8 is that bigger one of the batch. 1.8 and a minus 0.5. So nothing crazy at Trident, a volcano. Katmai over here beside it, and really not doing a darn thing. Just sitting there looking pretty. We did have this one here, 4.4. That is 77 kilometers east of Port Ellsworth in Alaska. So that is up there, a little bit bigger quake than normal, but nothing really crazy. Going down the coastline, we are not seeing anything that is really a new, well, there's a bunch of new ones, but nothing that is disturbingly large. Won't worry about them. We'll zoom back out a little bit. We have a couple here, this in Colombia, 4.5 from 1 minute after midnight, 40 kilometers down for that one. And this one over here, 4.4, and they're calling that one Panama. And that is from 1856 yesterday. As we carry on down the coastline of South America, we only see one here. Border region between Chile and Argentina. Actually, they're saying it's Argentina, so we'll live with that. And that is at 1:45 a.m., 220.7 kilometers down. And when you're looking at the subduction area to where that is, of course, it's because the plate's sliding underneath. Yep, you're going to see those. Those are all around that 200 mark. This one is like 50 kilometers out. Or where is it? Yeah, from the coast, from the subduction line, 35 kilometers down, so not quite as deep as this one, that kind of thing. And South Sandwich Islands. Hey, we had a sandwich on here just a few minutes ago. 5.5 in the South Sandwich Islands, and that is from 9:21 a.m. 47 kilometers down for that guy. And as we go across the pond, we don't see anything in New Zealand. We have one here they refer to as the Fiji area, 4.4. Yesterday's from 2306, 534.9 kilometers down. And then, of course, that bigger one there in Tonga. And wondering what that is doing. Anyway, that 6.0 happened yesterday at 1811, and it's 223.9 kilometers down. So some activity way deep. Moving on and over to the west, we see here in Papua New Guinea, we have a 4.4 from 7:25 a.m., 108.6 kilometers down for that. Banda Sea area over here in Indonesia, that's actually closer to Tual, and that happened today at 13:36, 153 kilometers down for him. We don't see anything on Java or Sumatra going up north there. Going into the bottom end of the Philippines, a 4.5. Yesterday's 23:52 was the time on it, and 79.8 kilometers down. Moving on up, we don't see anything in the Philippines other than that one, and nothing in Taiwan. Japanese island region, this one being a little closer to Suwanoshi-Jima, and I'm not sure which island Suwanoshi-Jima is on, this one or that one or wherever, but anyway, 4.8, and that was from 7:52. I'm going to have to find out which island it's actually on. It might be this one here. 10 kilometers down for that guy, so we'll leave him be. And we'll move up and look over here where they have that other one. We're still seeing some aftershocks. This is Tokyo over here. So 4.4, and that was from 7:49 a.m. and 45.5 kilometers down for that guy. Going further up north, we know that one we already checked, so we'll leave that be. Going to zoom out a little bit more, take a look at where the next ones are. And it looks like one is Tajikistan. Yep, a 4.2, 11:24 a.m., 127.3 kilometers down for that guy. The other one is a 4.3. It's in Afghanistan, 179.8 kilometers down. Came in at 13:24. So two distinctive quakes there. Happy to report nothing in Turkey, and then Syria area, all quiet, at least on this map. And we do see one up here near Svalbard, and that's a 4.9. And that, of course, whenever we see a movement up here, we see a movement happening there in Iceland because of, it directly sits on that mid-Atlantic ridge line going up and into the northern portions of our planet. Anyway, 4.9 came in at 10:46, 10 kilometers down for him. Let's leave that there, and we'll go in and have a look at Hawaii. And kind of interesting, as I mentioned earlier, we're seeing, what? I'm going to visit my best friend in the hospice. Mummy of hamsters, yeah, you take care and have a wonderful weekend. And it's a shame that you got to go there, but all the best, okay? That is always a tough thing. And yeah, for those who have not had a look there, you can bring up the Hawaii map. What Sue just typed in there, the Hawaii map should show up when you type that in. And there it is. It did pop up. Excellent. Anyway, that'll give you all kinds of different sensors and even the still cam locations and stuff like that. And you'll be able to view the shots there from various things. Anyway, let's work on these ones. Palma region first. We see this guy here, newest one, 1.7. And Palma, everything is from 26 to 37 kilometers down, so we won't mention the depth. And this one is from 15:59 Hawaii time, or sorry, our time. Take 3 hours off to get Hawaii time. And this was a 2.1 from 12:20. And next one over, 1.9 from 14:55. Another 1.9 from 14:54. And 2.1 from 15:21. 2.1 from 15:38. Then we got a 2.2 there from 15:38 as well. Moving up to the northwest a little bit, 1.8, 7:22 this morning for that guy. Another 1.8 yesterday's at 22:35. So those are the ones there. We have two more over here, Palma region. 2.7, that's the biggest one out of the batch so far. 10:01 a.m. For him today. And the 2.1 from 17:13 yesterday. So that's it for Palma. And now we'll take a look at Kilauea. And as reported earlier, we've seen extra smoke rising, and from the caldera there, Halima crater, and I seriously wonder what we got going on. Anyway, let's take a look at these quakes. This one is 1.8 from 3:01 a.m. and that is 900 meters above sea level. So that's actually quite a ways up. 1.7 yesterday's 21:55 and 900 meters below sea level. This one is a 2.0. Thank you, Tom, for the 5 minutes warning there. 3:30 a.m. 1.2 kilometers below sea level. Next one is a 1.9 from 3:25 a.m. 1.1 kilometer below sea level. This one is a 1.8 from yesterday at 1913, 3.3 kilometers below sea level. This one is a 2.0 from 4:03 this morning, 3.1 kilometers below sea level. 2.1 from 3:35, 3.9 clicks down, and a 1.7 from 11:48, and that is 400 meters below sea level. This one is a 1.8 from 13:03, 4.3 kilometers below sea level. So that's it for our earthquakes. We do have some rumblings going on under there, but nothing that is showing any imminent eruption. But if we start to read the signs, we need to above sea level is loaded and in the chamber. Yeah, the chamber actually, though, there is multiple chambers down there, and this is something that when you take a look, it kind of stops somewhere just below sea level, and then there's another chamber slightly up higher, from what I understand, and the one is kind of a holding area, and the other one is the technical chamber, which is yes, above sea level, but not by much. It's down there. Anyway, we'll see what happens though, and I'm thinking we do have a magma in there with the extra steam and smoke that we're seeing, and it should be pretty awesome if it does erupt again. Anyway, let's take a quick look over at the Canary Islands, since we haven't peeked at them for a couple of days. And there it goes. It loaded it up. And yeah, really I'm not seeing anything too critical or crazy. Checking up here at the fault line, we do see some quakes up here. We got a 3.5 happened a couple of days ago at 2140. We didn't look at that one, so we'll leave that one be. And a few little guys here, not going to worry about them. And one up here, there's Lisbon, of course, and that is Portugal. So we do see that is a portion of our East Azores fault. So we'll leave that there. We do see some flashing in between our wonderful Tenerife and Gran Canaria, but that was from 2003. 1.5, nothing too serious. I'm not going to worry about those so much. I'm more interested in what's happening in La Palma. So having a quick look and looking at some of these, this is the latest one, happened at 1823, and it's 1 kilometer down, and I'm not sure if that's a compression area. I don't believe lava flowed in that direction. I think most of it was in here yet. So whatever that is caused by, 1.5, it could be anything. Next one is that guy. That's from the 25th. Where's the other one from the 27th? That's this one. And that is from 1635, 1.7 in magnitude. And that is also 1 kilometer down. Now that one I could equate to being from pressure. As far as weight being on top of there, and that is likely the cause. We'll carry on and look at a couple of the other ones here. The other ones were actually from the 26th, is the one that's a little higher up on the hill, 10 kilometers down though. Yeah, compression from the weight of the lava that is sitting on top of it. If you had 40 or 50 meters thick of lava sitting on top of you all of a sudden, yeah, there's a little bit of movement going to happen eventually as things settle, and gravity, will help that out. It's inevitable for the most part. Anyway, let's leave that be, and that is pretty awesome. And we will go put this back on our wonderful archived footage from early this morning of Popocatépetl as it continued its eruption. Of course, it is continuing its eruption now, but I figured we'd be able to see the sparks happening, and that is a bit better. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed, sitting there peeking in from the outside, you're welcome to hit that button. You don't need to chat if you don't want, but subscription really does help. Don't forget to hit the bell notification so you get notified and know when we're on. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Hello, Joseph, Field, Texas. And thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And Sharon, we were thinking very, very nicely of you, and we know the sandwich you made. And there it is. That is one really good-looking sandwich. And I hope that, I don't know how you eat that sandwich, but hopefully you'll be okay. I suggest a dental floss and maybe brushing right afterwards. That would be important, but sandwiches are always tough. Anyway, yeah, a little gritty. Let's leave that be. But anyway, SO2 time. So let's go over and see how gritty our SO2 is around the world. And we'll see. We'll go grab that. I think Sharon is checking. She's checking her sandwich now to make sure it's still okay. SO2 map, there we go. And I did refresh it just a little while ago. And of course, the first thing that came to a visualization on here was this area. We'll get to it in a minute. And we'll go and talk about Kamchatka Peninsula first. And of course, we can see that it is continuing at low to moderate levels there of output with SO2 from Shivelish, probably Bezimiani, Klayushevskoy, and of course there be what is it, Karimsky down on the bottom. So why would you never starve in the desert? Yeah, you wouldn't starve there because of all the sandwiches there. Pretty awesome. Anyway, we see that the stream flowing all the way out here into the Pacific and getting swirled around. Some of the stuff from China is also moving over there. But for North America, looking pretty darn good. We are still pretty clear both in Canada and the United States. Nothing more than just normal stuff. We do see some of these here are from fires, and we do still have a few fires going here in Alberta, but that is pretty normal though. The fire that was here in northern Saskatchewan is out now, not producing very much. And going through Ontario, we see hardly anything till we get down to the panhandle, if you will, down here south of Toronto, and that, of course, being around the Great Lakes, a lot of industry down there. And the eastern side of our wonderful country looking pretty clear. Getting into the U.S., we see it's pretty good out here in the west, and a little bit of a build-up there in the central portions in, I guess, Illinois and Missouri and Kentucky and those areas, a little bit in Indiana, Chicago, higher levels because of, again, population. Same thing with Detroit and some of those places, Cincinnati as well. So pretty normal, though, for the most part. Going down here into Mexico, we see this big plume here. Of course, compliments of Popocatépetl as it continues to pump out a lot of SO2. The ones in Central America, hardly anything in comparison to Popocatépetl, but we do see some of that SO2 still straining off to the east, getting into the jet stream area and swirling around out there. That hopefully will get some rain upon it and clear out. Over here would be Nevado del Ruz. It's still working away, throwing a lot of SO2 out. These are leftover remnants of everything that's been coming up and out. That's not from the Galapagos Islands. We do see Sabancaya doing its thing here, throwing some of that SO2 out, but really not that much. the other areas here in are both industrial and some of the volcanoes that we've got there in Chile. And of course we see over here Rio de Janeiro, again a population problem, creating a little bit more SO2, so that is all good. And we'll leave that be. Going over here, we see the plume has kind of gone south over top of the South Island, and is now kind of sitting there in the Cook Strait a little bit, but not bad from White Isle Volcano. We're not seeing anything from the refineries by Melbourne today. The coking plants north of Sydney are still working away, doing their thing. Tofua in Tonga doing its thing, still continuing. And this would be, most of this would be coming off of Yasur, and it's not that bad, but still a little bit there. Gawa and Aoba are responsible for that SO2 batch. And then we see the stuff here in Papua New Guinea. We'll leave those guys be. Next one over, Luotalak has got that plume. And then, of course, this one here is created by Semaru, and Merapi, of course, adding to it, and it's kind of hard to tell where things start and stop, but Merapi isn't right in here, so it does plume off as well, and we'll see where the wind is blowing it. Some of that, I think, is combined coming out here into the southern Pacific / Indian Ocean area. This stuff here, mostly from Jakarta, but we do have Taal, a volcano there as well, off-gassing, doing its thing, so it's continuing. Pretty normal for Sumatra. I'm not going to worry about those. Ibu and Dakono behaving a little bit. And then we take a look here in the Philippines. We know we have a pretty good output from Mayon and Bulusan, and Taal volcano, as well as from Manila, and the great population there. Krakatau, yeah, that's down here. Crack your toe. Krakatau, right there. Krakatau, Anik Krakatau. I guess Anik is his first name. So, yeah, but most of it is from Jakarta. And that is what we got there. So yeah, pretty normal in the Philippines, normal in Taiwan. Subanosi Jima still has some output. You can see a little darker area right there. And as we move up, this area here, of course, being directly affected by our wonderful Sakura Jima. And that is what we've got there. If we go up a little bit more, we can see we have a little bit of a plume going off there as well, and that is from our ASO, and there's the entirety of the volcano. Yet the little event that we're getting our stuff from is, hang on, where is it? It's be right in here. Yeah, it's basically showing it right there. Let's see if we can zoom in on it and actually see it. There it is. That's the little lake inside it, I think, if I've got the right spot. And that is what it's looking like. So, yep, we'll leave that guy be, and we'll go carry on here. Going up north, and we see this is our Tokyo area, and Samasan is back here somewhere. And of course, it is creating a lot more SO2, as we can see there as well. And that plume is going to the northeast. And we already talked about the Kamchatka Peninsula. We'll leave that be. China's pretty normal. India doing its thing. Eastern portions a lot heavier than the west. It's even getting down onto Sri Lanka a little bit. Down on the bottom here, we see not bad, but not good, from our gold smelting there in South Africa. And DR Congo, of course, having the two volcanoes and some coking plants in the area as well, creating that plume. Hardly anything from Erta today. And looking at these other spots, those are oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. And there we go. And looking over here, going up a little bit, Mount Etna, and I guess we can call it a combined effort here. We do have some stuff coming from Stromboli, and of course from Volcano as well, as Mount Etna coming down and heading to the south. I just wanted to take a look at that photo. Let's make that bigger for a second. Yeah, that is not bad. And yeah, you can see a little bit from Stromboli there. Pretty cool. All right, let's leave that be, and looking at Europe, not bad, and Spain and Portugal and France, we do have a little bit there hanging around, but nothing really severe. So in general, pretty good weather, and SO2 levels for most of Europe. Northern portions are not bad. It's not till you get up here till you see that heavier area. Now, going up here, that's what brings us to this hook, and going up. Iceland looks pretty clear, but we are seeing the material originating in this area. Again, this is what they call the Greenland Sea over here, and this is about where we've seen that plume come. Last time we seen one further out here that created some of that SO2 pluming, and now we're seeing some over here. This is Jan Mayen here, and that's Svalbard over here, and of course Greenland. So this is not very far away from the Greenland coast, a couple 100 kilometers, and that's what we're seeing there. So that plumed out and is going all over the place. So is there a possibility of more underwater or submarine volcanoes? Absolutely. And or is it just cracks and vents blowing off some steam? You know, you never know. And that is what we've got happening there. Let's get over and take a look at our weather map, whether we like it or not. We'll take a peek and see what we're up to. And I guess the first thing I want to point out is Mawar. Mawar is doing its thing, and it's declaring a war on the Philippines. And pardon me. We do see that. That is pretty nasty. Hopefully they'll be okay. We don't see any other storms, major ones anyway, in the Indian Ocean, so that's all good. Let's have a quick look at Alaska. Not bad. We are seeing temperatures up to 19 degrees Celsius in some places, which is awesome. Oh, even a 20 in there, so very good. Looks like the Yukon isn't quite as warm, but still some places 15, 16 degrees. That's not so bad. Then we get up here into the wonderful Northwest Territories. And I'm not kidding, 30 degrees. That's even warmer than what we had here in Edmonton. So that is what their temperatures are in the southern portion. Very nice temps there. And Greater Slave Lake there, and Yellowknife, wherever it is up here somewhere, doing its thing. So pretty awesome to see that, and hopefully they will stay warm and toasty for a little while. All those polar bears are going to be on vacation and relaxing with their suits off. And anyway, 20 degrees in Vancouver right now. Over on the rock where Bob is, he's got about 21, 22 in some of those places. So enjoying a wonderful day. We are seeing some good temperatures up the valley here in Penticton, the Okanagan as they call it, at 27 degrees. Kelowna coming in at 28, Vernon 26. So yeah, a great weather for growing peaches and cherries and all kinds of good, wonderful stuff. Osoyo's coming in at around 28, 29 degrees. And moving over, looking at Edmonton, it says 25, and that's about what it is here. 23 in Calgary, slightly cooler, and Lethbridge coming in at 17 degrees. And let's take a look at Swift Current. Only 12 today there for Kananaskis country. And we'll take a look a little further over, and Judy M is enjoying some warm weather. 30 degrees in Winnipeg, and 27 to 30 degrees out there for Judy M. So that is a very enjoyable day. We see the cut line just to the northern side of Winnipeg. And then, of course, along here, we see that cold air trying to push its way down. But the warm air seems to be moving to the east and pushing the cold back up. And hopefully it'll warm up Hudson's Bay just a tad. Sudbury coming in at 24 degrees. Awesome temps. We got 24 in Toronto, 24 in London. Detroit sitting at 24. Chicago, depending on where you are, anywhere from about 20 to about 17. And Milwaukee area, 21, 22, 23 degrees. Beautiful weather out there for those guys. Moving up, seeing Montreal coming in at 26, and we've got 24 in Quebec City, and looking at the warmest temps, about 22 degrees there in New Brunswick, and the coldest temperatures about 16. So between 16 and 22, that's pretty awesome. Halifax coming in at about 20 degrees, and so is Cole Harbour. Awesome, Sue. But you know what? The Cabot Patch kids are still going to be a little cold there with 7, 8, and 9 degrees. Hopefully they'll survive. Looking at the rest of what we see out here in Newfoundland, anywhere from, about 4 degrees up to about 8 that we've seen so far, so not bad. Could be worse, but it could certainly be a little bit warmer, more pleasant. We see most of Quebec has got some warm temperatures. Still seeing some negative temperatures along the coastline there in Labrador, though. The interior portions are definitely a lot warmer, up to about 13 or 14 degrees. Northern end of Quebec, same kind of story, where we're seeing the coastline a little bit cold. Moving into the United States, Portland coming in at about 22 degrees, San Jose sitting at about 21, 22 as well. If we zoom in here, we see 13 or 14, yeah, something like that. In San Francisco, a little cooler there. The other side is 16 degrees, so not so bad. Sacramento, 25 Celsius. Bakersfield sitting at 29. Los Angeles, 21 degrees, and looks like Death Valley coming in. We see 38, 39 in that area. We did see a 40 there for a second, and yeah, pretty warm day. Make sure you bring your shorts and suntan lotion if you're going for a walk in Death Valley. 33 in Las Vegas. That is awesome. And Mexicali down here, 34. We see that whole region, 34, 35 degrees. Pretty warm. And let's go out here to Phoenix, Arizona. And snowman, you better be sitting in your fridge, because it is definitely 35 degrees Celsius. Tucson, 35 as well. Cooker for them. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 29 degrees today. Awesome temperatures. And then we'll look at Oklahoma City before we dip down. 27 there in Oklahoma. That is pretty awesome. Corpus Christi coming in at about 28. San Antonio, 27. Houston, 31, 32. Wow. And 29 in Austin. Dallas coming in at about 28 degrees. Wonderful temperatures for everyone. 28 in Little Rock, Arkansas. New Orleans coming in at about 27 degrees, and that is not bad. Montgomery, Alabama, coming in at 26. And here's that nasty storm, and that is making the east coast a little bit on the cold side. But down here in Miami, still sitting at 27. Orlando only at 25. Then we get up to Jacksonville at 19. Atlanta is still on the warm side of things at 23 degrees there. But once you get up to Charlotte, North Carolina, is down to a 14, and Grandma B's house 15 degrees Celsius. And Charleston is probably getting nailed with that. Charleston is sitting at about 17, and we see some of that warmer air here up to 25, 26 degrees going into that storm with that cold air that's driving that circulation. Virginia Beach about 16, 17. Baltimore is sitting at, what did I say, at 24? Yeah, 22 in Washington, 24 in Philadelphia, New York coming in at 21. And Boston made it to 23 today, and that is absolutely wonderful for them. And let's take a look. Cancun at 28 degrees right now. The temperatures are there in the jungly areas of the Yucatan up to 35 degrees for the most part. We do see some higher temps. There's a 37, 38 down in the bottom end of Mexico here. So, we even see a 39. That is pretty warm, and hopefully they will have air conditioning. Anyway, let's go over here. We see a 37, 38 there as well, and that is pretty cooking for those guys. Let's look at Mexico City itself at 26, 27 degrees. A beautiful day. Guadalajara coming in at 34 degrees. Not bad. Acapulco, 31. You can get your suntan lotion out and enjoy it. Wanted to see Belize City, 30 degrees right now. Awesome. And looks like good temperatures and there in Nicaragua, as well as most of Costa Rica, 21 in San Jose. And of course, going down through Panama, we see temperatures ranging, well, the higher elevations a little cooler, but 27 to about 29 degrees for the most part. It is time for a break, you guys, so we're going to stop right here. We will come back and do South America after the break. Going to put you back on our wonderful lava from our neat-looking Popocatépetl pedal from this morning. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give us a quick help and bop that thing. We are only 5 away from getting over that 100 mark, so if you haven't bopped it, give it a quick shot. Also, if you're just peeking in from the outside, don't be afraid to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that already. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. And I'm your host, DrFox2000. We're doing the wonderful weather stuff now on our wonderful VolcanoX here. Ha ha, I hear you, DrFox2000. And she has found a new toy. And thank you for the welcome backs from Alba Girl and Sue. And Sharon Stewart, of course, and of course Brian, Perfectability 999. Piggy, I thought you went to bed. She did go to bed, and she slept her quota. That is about 38 minutes. Wonderful Piggy, and at least you got a few minutes in there. What'd you manage? An hour this time? Hour and a half? Something like that. Hope you got a little bit of sleep in. Let's go back to our weather map, and whether we want to or not, pokes tongue out at the Dr. Fox. Yeah, there you go. Seeing some of those temperatures up to 31, 32 in some spots there in Colombia. The jungly side anywhere from about 25 to about 28, 29 degrees. So pretty normal there. Same thing for Venezuela. Actually, Venezuela a little bit a nicer day today, 27, 28. A few spots there down here on the coastline where they're getting a little warmer, but pretty normal, nothing outrageous. Amazon basin coming in anywhere from 26 to 28, and that is pretty normal for that region. Looking here in some hot spots there in Peru, but average I think from about 24 to about 28 degrees there in the jungly portion. Of course, the coastline a little bit different. 21, 22 in Lima, Guayaquil there in Ecuador, about 27 right now. Quito, a lot cooler at only 15 degrees. Looking at Bolivia, we see up to 29 degrees there. Pretty awesome temperatures, 22 down on the bottom end here. And of course the higher elevations, a little cooler. And looking at Paraguay, about 27 for the high end, and let's see, about 20 for the bottom end. So still relatively nice all the way through. Most of Brazil holding some nice temperatures. We do see the coastline here a little bit cooler. Rio de Janeiro only 21 to about 23 degrees, depending on where you're pointing your hamster. We got about 18 in Sao Paulo, a little warmer than normal. Buenos Aires only coming in at 10 today, and Paysandú only about 11 right now, so fairly chilly. 8 is the lowest temperature I see in Uruguay, and about 14 is the highest, so that's what we've got there. The rest of what we're seeing here in Argentina, fairly cold. The northern end is okay, but the rest down below there, minus temperatures, definitely below freezing. Hope they aren't getting snow or anything like that. And of course, Chile, well, hence the name, it's chilly there. Let's go over the pond, and we will take a look at New Zealand. Actually, just looking at this high sitting here, it's pumping down warm air, trying to keep them warm as the lows are trying to pull up that cold air. And of course, that warm air is recirculating, so and that is helping a little bit, but not a heck of a lot. Christchurch coming in at about 16 degrees, and that almost looks like the hot spot for the island, the South Island. Oh, we see a 17 up there. Right at the northern tip, but that is 17 there too. So 2 areas with up to 17. The rest looks like it's a mixed bag, down to about 5 or 4 degrees Celsius, depending on where you are and what elevation you're at. Going up to the North Island, though, we see Wellington coming in at about 17. Hastings coming in about 14 or 15, depending on where you're pointing. Taupo coming in at 13 there. so not that great. And then over here on the other side, up on Mount Ruapehu, you got about 9 degrees on that end. Looking at the Bay of Plenty, we've got 17, 16, that kind of stuff for most of that coastal area. And Auckland coming in at about 17. And not that cold of a day there, but still we do see some 18s up there as well on the peninsula. Not the greatest of weather, but hey, it is a winter time for them. That is to be expected. And of course, this circulation, luckily, not able to get most of that. Bop the like button for the wonderful DrFox2000. Thank you for that wonderful super chat, Piggy. And that is very, very kind of you. 2 pounder. Well, I'll write that down. Thank you very kindly, Piggy. That is awesome. And looking at what we've got in Tasmania, Hobart coming in at only 10 or 11 degrees. We are seeing down to 4 degrees up in the higher elevations. Coastline slightly warmer, just around 10, 11, 12 degrees, and nothing too crazy there. Melbourne at 12 right now, not so warm. Adelaide over here a little bit warmer at 13, 14. And Canberra sitting at 0. I hope they got their snow shovels ready. Oh boy. Sydney only at 9 or 10 today. That is not good for them. Going up, looking at Brisbane, only 14 degrees. And boy, oh boy, they're going to have to be dressing up and putting on something other than shorts. And even colder over here in Perth, depending on where you're holding your mouse. 6 degrees. Wow. 5, 6, 7, 8. In that region, we do see some negative temperatures out here. That is crazy. -3. I don't know. That's pretty cold for our wonderful Australian outback. And we do see up to 27 is the highest that is in Australia right now. Moving over a little bit, just looking at this region, anywhere from 25, 26 degrees. Got a family in Perth. Oh, send them blankets, Piggy. It's cold there. And we are seeing a Tonga area that out there, and American Samoa, 26, 27 degrees. 27 out here in Fiji, and a little cool there in New Caledonia for this time of year. Well, I guess it is anywhere 23, 22 degrees. That's still not that bad. Vanuatu, not quite as warm as a normal, 27 for the highest point, about 23 for the lowest point I seen down on the bottom here. So not bad. Papua New Guinea is slightly cooler. Some of the islands looking at 29, 30 degrees, but looking at the larger portion of the island, what the heck am I looking for? I was going to call it the name here. Oh darn it! There is a name for this island, and I can't remember it. Oh boy. Okay, never mind. I'll leave that alone. Eastern portions of Indonesia doing its thing. Perth, Scotland is a very nice city. Oh, okay. Oh, that's Piggy's hometown. Cool. Yeah, Papua New Guinea. I think they just call it Papa, though. Papa Island. Out there, there's definitely a name for the whole thing, because half of it is Indonesia, right? It's not all Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea up to that line right there. This side is Papua New Guinea. They call the island it's Papa, I think. I'm not 100% sure, Sue. And looks like a little bit cooler there in our wonderful Indonesian islands as well. The warmest one here looks like about Bali, 26, 27 degrees, but we're still seeing some fairly cool temperatures. Mind you, it's early morning yet there, so give them some time. Java and Sumatra will warm up, and same with the other islands here, as well as our other zones out there, if you will. Looks like about 28, 29 degrees in Bangkok, and thanks Sue. And Singapore is 27. Manila coming in at about 28. But Ma is raging war on the Philippines. That is a massive storm, and just being on the leading edges of that storm, I'm sure that they're going to be feeling some of that. Going up a little bit further north, and we do take a look at Kagoshima, sitting at about 22 degrees. Japan doesn't look too bad at all for this time of the day. 22 in Tokyo as well, and Sapporo up to 17. That is a fantastic temperature for them. We are seeing the Sea of Japan starting to warm up again, which is really nice, and we do still see some cold stuff there. Kamchatka Peninsula looking very quickly. I see 15 degrees as the high temp, and the lowest ones sitting at about 2. There's a -1. So not that bad for them there, all things considered. And we'll go take a look at Delhi, sitting at 25 degrees Celsius. And what's over here? We've got Dhaka, 24 degrees. So not bad. And again, you got to remember, these are nighttime temps, and we're very, very early morning for them right now. So if they look a little cool, that's what it is. They will get warmer. And looking at South Africa, Cape Town, sitting at about 12 degrees right now. Still very cold in the south, and not good for them. It looks like Madagascar is warming back up a little bit. Nice to see some of that temperature go back in there. Southern portions of Africa looking fairly cool in comparison to what they should be. Central regions are not so bad. And of course the Sahara Desert, we're seeing up to 37 degrees over there. And that is starting to build up warmer and warmer temps. 37s there. Yep, we are seeing 37 for sure. Multiple places. And that is kind of a wild to start seeing the temperatures rise. Pretty soon we'll be well over the 40-degree temperature marks. Looking at our Morocco area here, still cool in the mountains, of course, but still reasonable temperatures along the coastline, and the livable spaces are there. So 17 degrees and that kind of thing. Still fairly cool, like I said, in those Atlas Mountains, going across the northern portions of Algeria and into Tunisia. It looks like Libya's got a little bit of that colder air blowing into it. Mind you, still 16 degrees and not that bad. Cairo sitting in about 24 right now. That's pretty awesome for them. UAE anywhere from 29 to 32. As soon as we get over here in Oman, we see up to 34, 35 degrees. And not UAE, Saudi Arabia, 37 on the bottom end here. So doing a lot better than normal. Riyadh coming in at 30, and Baghdad about 26. Looking at what we've got there in Iran, we do see some temps up to 32, 33 degrees, but the higher elevations, of course, a little colder. And having a look at what we've got there, Malatya is 18 degrees right now. That's absolutely fantastic for them. So a lot of those homeless people are going to have a little better warmth there, looking at 22, 23 degrees in Adana. And we do see Syria is up to 30 degrees in some spots there as well. And Piggy's place coming in at, Piggy is about 21 degrees Celsius. That is a pretty awesome warm temp there, Piggy. And 18 in Athens. Moving over, looking at Sicily real quick, right near Mount Etna, Redanzo, coming in at 11 or 12 degrees. Pretty normal. Yeah, and it's 2:53 in the morning. Wow, Piggy, huh? That's a pretty awesome temperature. Naples coming in at 20, and Rome sitting at about 19. 20 degrees, 19, 20, very close. And Milano at 20, 21. So they are got nice weather there. They do have some nice temperatures in Italy, as well as looking a little bit warmer there in Sardinia. And moving over a bit more, having a look at what we see here in Spain and Portugal. Lisbon coming in at 17, 18. 15 in Madrid, that's not so bad. Aurelio's house, 15 as well, that is pretty awesome. And what is this? Garagongza, 21 degrees. Not bad for those guys. The mountains, of course, are going to be cold. Getting up into France, we see some warmer temperatures there as well. And as Tanto pointed out earlier, it was 20, 21 degrees there. It's 19 now, so much nicer temperatures for them, and they can enjoy that. 17 in Paris right now, of course. Looking at the Alps, definitely colder there, but Zurich looks like it's not bad. 15 degrees. Munich is 13, and Frankfurt coming in at 14 right now. Cologne is 15. Yvonne Coco's house will be about 13 degrees. Is it OUF Lux, or whatever his name is? That guy, you know, the UFO guy. Anyway, he's anywhere from 13 to 14 degrees. Brussels coming in at 14, and it looks like about the same thing, anywhere from 12 to 14 in Belgium, and we got 13 in Amsterdam. And looks like it's anywhere from 11 to about 14 there in Holland, so not bad. Berlin is sitting at 13 right now, and Hamburg coming in at 12 degrees, sliding up to Copenhagen, coming up at 11. That is not bad for Thor. And we have 9 in Aarhus. Moving up a little bit more, looking at Oslo, 10 degrees. Wow, that's nice for them. Stockholm at 11. That is good as well. 9 over here in St. Petersburg. And a quick peek to see Moscow coming in at 11 degrees. Let's look at England real quick. We do see the southeastern side here a little bit cooler for some reason. 12 in London. Looks like Wales is up to about 14 degrees in some spots, from 9 to 14. That is not bad. Leeds coming in at 14, and there are some 15-degree temperatures in the middle as well. Glasgow coming in at 7. Aberdeen is at about 8 degrees or 9 thereabouts. Dublin coming in at 12 or 13, and Doolin being about the same temperature over on the other side. Roughly looks like pretty close, but we are seeing some warmer temps up to 15, 16 degrees in the southern portion of Ireland. Let's go to our wonderful Iceland, the land of fire and ice. And yeah, we do see about 6 or 7 degrees there in Reykjavik. And of course the other place here, that is where Yona lives, and she's got about 6 degrees. So that is pretty awesome. And that's temperatures for today. We do see in the minus temperatures there in Greenland, of course, which should have been named White Land. There's nothing green there. Anyway, looking at precipitation, we'll get to most of that. Well, we'll start with Canada, or actually we'll start up here in the top. We do see Alaska from about the Queen Charlotte Islands on up here along the coastline, that low sitting in there, creating all kinds of rain for their rainforesty areas. And then we do see some rain up in the northern portions of Alaska. We do see some rain in the Yukon as well as Northwest Territories, getting into none of it where it turns into ice and ice rain and snow. And yeah, we want none of it. And looking at what we're seeing here, central portions of British Columbia getting some rain. Southern portions have isolated smaller storms all over the place. Looks like Vancouver's dry. Over on the island, there's only a few spots as well. Looks like Edmonton is okay right now. We do see Alberta has some rain moving to the north. Hopefully that won't get too much on us right now, but wouldn't mind a little bit more rain here. We do see some storms in the southern portion of our province, as well as going into Saskatchewan, and of course that includes our wonderful swift current getting some rain right now. So Kananaskis country has got some wet weather. He'll have to put his ducky feet on. A little bit of a rain there in Manitoba, but I don't think that's going to amount to a heck of a lot. We do see this in the southern portions here of our Hudson's Bay, going into most of Quebec and a little bit into Labrador. So they've got a little bit of a storm there. Looks dry for New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI, but we are seeing some rain on the eastern portions of what is that? Newfoundland. That's it. I've heard of that place before. Anyway, when we come back from the break, I'm going to go take a break now. When we come back from that break, we will continue on with the United States weather, whether we like it or not, and we'll continue whether we like it or not. Anyway, here's back to Popo Can't Pedal. Popo, of course, was doing its thing. This is from this morning at about 3:30 in the morning as it continued to erupt, and it's been doing that for, well, we started recording it at just before midnight, so that is pretty much solid eruption for almost 3-4 hours now. So pretty awesome to see that. Anyway, for those good folks who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel that we've earned it. And on that note, I'm going to go take a break. We will come back and finish off our weather after the break. And don't go away. Well, I'll be back soon. 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. And there we go, on for the final time here. That is awesome. Judy O, welcome. And you caught us doing, well, just getting back from a break and doing the last bit of the show, and that is going through a precipitation. And thank you for the welcome back from Sharon. No, sorry, not Sharon. From Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. So awesome. All right, no worries. Let's get back to our stuff, and we are going to pause the lava, and we'll go back and have a look at our weather and see where we left off. We did Canada, looking at the western portions of the USA. We do see some stormy activity in all kinds of places in northern California and here in Nevada, and I guess Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and top end of Utah, and also in Colorado and New Mexico. So they are all getting little bits of storms. Nothing really worked up or heavy duty in comparison. We do see a few spots here in Texas as well as some stuff going across Louisiana and Mississippi, and getting up into Tennessee up here. And then we see that nasty storm off the coast of South Carolina. And that definitely, well, North and South Carolina, it definitely is causing us some issues getting into Georgia as well. And up, I guess, most of it is confined, I guess, to the Carolinas for the most part, but hopefully Grandma B is not getting too much of that, and that is, where the heck is, I'm losing a sight here of where it is. Yeah, Grandma B might be getting some rain there. It doesn't look too bad though. Most of that is off the coast. I don't know if that is going to come in, but I'm sure Charleston and Savannah area are getting some high winds and rain, and then even here in this, Wilmington area, probably getting a nail as well. But the storms there are not uncommon, so they should be ready and prepared for those, hopefully. A little bit down on the bottom here in Florida, isolated storms, nothing too severe. Mexico definitely has some central region storms throughout, and that is probably good for them because they need that moisture. And we see that the Yucatan not getting quite as much. We do see down here in Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador getting nailed. Some rain there in Nicaragua, definitely Costa Rica and Panama, and out here in the ocean. You don't want to be out there. Lots of stormy stuff. And looking at South America, Colombia, Venezuela, and into the Guianas, and then of course in Brazil. In the rainforesty areas, definitely getting some rain. Peru, of course, as well as Ecuador, and looks like Bolivia's got a bunch of rain going through it, as well as Paraguay. And they usually a fairly dry place, so it's good that they've got some rain. And the bottom end of our Brazil here definitely got some rain. No rain for Paysandu or Buenos Aires. They're fairly dry. We do see some spots there in northern Argentina. Southern Argentina just bleeding over from Chile a little bit. But Chile, just the bottom fjords getting nailed. There's a big low out there. Hopefully that won't get too far. And as we've seen those wind currents, of course, the high putting a warm air down in here, and that low was recirculating it, and pulling up a little bit of that cold air. So hence, with those two mixes, we end up with a lot of rain, and that is going to be coming for New Zealand. We do see on the South Island, they are getting the west coast, southern half is getting very wet, and I'm sure that is going to continue for a while. We do see some rain in Tasmania along the edges, not that bad, and some rain around Melbourne and those areas. Probably a welcome stuff, and we like it. We know it was getting a little bit colder, and yes, there is snow forecast for near Canberra. I was right. It's too cold, and that is what's happening. They are getting some snow in Australia. We do see some rain there, and thunderstorms for Adelaide, and looks like it's dry for Sydney and dry for Brisbane, and most of the outback. Perth is a very well, it's dry, some fog around there, but nothing else on the northern portions. Looking at up here where Tonga is in those areas, it's a hit and miss. I think the American Samoas up here are probably getting a little bit of rain. Some rain in Fiji, nothing too bad. Looks like New Caledonia is okay, and most of Vanuatu are not bad either. And of course in Papua New Guinea, the area here, definitely some rain, and the other side slightly less in the Indonesian area, but once you get past Java, Sumatra looks like a mess, and they are definitely getting stuff. Singapore, of course, are getting bombarded with rain. Singapore is supposed to be a pretty wet place anyway, and of course here in Thailand, no rain in Hong Kong right now, from the looks of it, and the southern portions here of the Philippines are definitely getting nailed, and Mawar sitting out there, and it's gonna go east. I don't know, or sorry, going west. We'll see what happens in the next day or so. If it moves closer to the Philippines here, it could really wreak havoc on them. We see some rain and stormy stuff in the Yellow Sea and in the East China Sea, and not so good if you're out there in the warmer waters, of course, of the Sea of Japan. Looks like Seoul is getting rained on, and same thing goes with North Korea. We do see some rain in the northern portions of Japan, but nothing too severe. Kamchatka Peninsula, a little bit of rain, nothing too bad for some of that area. And going over a little bit more, looking at India, we do see some rain areas in India, nothing major though. And again, Sri Lanka getting a little bit of a rain there as well. Looks like not too bad. And Madagascar, southern portions of Africa are pretty dry right now. Central regions here, this is more of a jungle area, definitely getting some. And then of course the Sahara Desert are pretty dry. Same thing with UAE, Oman, Yemen, and most of Saudi Arabia. Moving up a little bit though, we are seeing some rain up in Jordan, and going up into Syria, and then up into Turkey. Even Cyprus has got some rain happening. Turkey, definitely some rain. Piggy, are you getting any rain? Piggy is not here, but she might get some rain. There's some rain kind of coming down a little bit to the north of her, so she may get a little bit. And looking at some rain there in Greece, nothing too crazy. Pretty dry there in Sicily, and most of Italy. We do see a spot here north of Naples, but nothing that bad. And then up here along the edge of the Alps, we are definitely seeing some thunderstorms. Not a big deal, but that should be okay. And there in Spain, they are getting a whole bunch of rain. Definitely need that rain there, so hopefully it won't be crazy, and give them a goodly amount that is required. And of course, the same thing goes for Portugal. Moving up, looking at France, not bad. We see one spot there. The rest of France looks pretty good. Germany looks dry, Poland looks dry, and Luxembourg looks dry, Belgium and Holland are dry. Most of Denmark is dry as well. We do see some rain and snow mix there in the northern portions of Norway and Sweden, and a little bit of rain in Finland in the north as well. Looks like most of England and Ireland and Wales and Scotland, everybody's pretty much dry. Scotland up on the top has got a few showers, but nothing crazy. And looking at, yeah, it was a nice day in Iceland, so they had better weather, less precipitation. Still seeing some snow in some places, not anything crazy though. And that is pretty awesome. So hopefully this storm here and this one will kind of annul themselves out a little bit. The big worrisome one is this one, of course, for the good people of South and North Carolina. Hopefully it is not going to do anything foolish and die out a little bit if it happens to hit land. Anyway, let's leave it as that, and that is our precipitation, and we will go over and take a look for cold temperatures. So the warmest really has been, I guess, Death Valley with our 39 degrees that we've seen there, or 40 there in Death Valley. I didn't see anything else hotter than 40. We did see 37s over there, and in the Sahara, but nothing else. So that's our hot temperature for today. Let's find the cold one, and that shouldn't be too hard. We know the Antarctic is the coldest place on the planet, and already seeing a minus 76 right there. Wow, that is pretty cold. Minus 76 degrees. Let's check and see if we can find anything colder real quick. 72 on there, 73. Doesn't look that bad, but going over minus 50s and minus 60s. Yeah, a minus 50 degrees Celsius sounds warm to you. You're more than welcome to go down there. Anyway, minus 76 is what I see on there. So coldest, oh, Sue found a minus 76 as well. That is awesome. And those are the temperatures for today. And minus 76 degrees Celsius in the wonderful Antarctic right there. So it's a tie, Sue. We did it. And yeah, it's definitely a tie. And I'll take the bow tie. All cool, or yeah, cold and cool? No, frozen. Minus 76, you're frozen. Anyway, let's wrap it up for today. I'm going to go rest a little bit and enjoy the rest of the evening. And of course, I'm going to continue to keep an eye on volcanoes and things while I do that. And there we go, another tie. That's awesome, Sharon Stewart. And a bow tie at that, with little tassels. Pretty awesome. All right, so I want to say thank you to everyone for being here today. You guys are awesome, of course, and you know, really super to have you all on board. I see we did get to that 100 mark in likes today, and that is really, really cool. I want to say a big thank you to, well, we only had one super chat and one gift, and Piggy gave both of those. We got a one gift that went out to, oh, I forgot who it was, Colin and JB, and that's it. And the super chat, of course, a £2 super chat, so that is all good. And thank you, Piggy, for that. That is very kind of you. Also, a big thank you to everyone that is here. I want to say thanks to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, and Gary at 24/7 Live, HZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles as she pops in as well. And thank you. And I know Joseph was here, so thanks, Joseph, for peeking in and doing your thing. And thank you, all the moderators. Appreciate your hard work. Also, big thank you to Sue for sending in the volcano reports. That is always nice, and thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks, Russell. Appreciate that. Thanks for another great show. You are most certainly welcome. And I'm on those notes, so I'm going to bid everyone a very good evening. If you haven't hit that like button, hit it on the way out the door, please. Help us out. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider doing that as well if you are enjoying the show. And those friendly notes, time for me to wrap it up. Only other thing that I will add for today is please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow, and remember, tomorrow is Sunday, so our stream will start early, and we'll get that typed in there, VolcanoX, just so you can see that, and that will work for us. So awesome. And yeah, that looks good. Good night, everyone. You take care, and all the best, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. So good night, guten Nacht, bonsoir. What other languages? No, never mind. Buenas noches. And whatever other languages you'd like to pick. Anyway, we'll leave it as that. Take care, everyone. And oink oink.